Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story. If you've never gotten divorced in a town as small as Bozeman, Montana, you might not appreciate how loud silence can be. I was 28 when the papers went through. We signed at a little conference table in a lawyer's office that smelled like burnt coffee and printer toner. There was a fake plant in the corner that had a layer of dust on every leaf, and I remember thinking, stupidly, someone should wipe that down. My ex-wife, Casey, sat across from me in a gray cardigan I'd seen 1,000 times and wouldn't see again. Her pen scratched, mine scratched. The lawyer cleared his throat and stapled a stack of copies, and just like that, 4 years of us turned into manila folders. It was quiet in that room. Nobody cried. Nobody shouted. There was just the slap of paper and the low whir of an ancient desktop tower under the receptionist's desk. The noise came later. My apartment was on the 3rd floor of a building wedged between a brewery and a yoga studio 2 blocks off Main Street. When I first moved in, I told myself it felt temporary and flexible, like the rest of my life was about to start any minute now. After the divorce, it felt like the opposite of that. It felt like a holding cell with a lease. There was always sound. The guy downstairs had a subwoofer that he used like a weapon. You didn't hear the music so much as feel it. Low bass pulses that climbed up the building's bones and rattled in your ribs. On the other side, a grad student couple argued in cycles. Muffled voices rising. A pause. Then the soft slam of a door. Repeat. In the hallway, the elevator dinged every time it arrived. A cheerful little chime that made me want to rip out the speaker. The laundry room door squeaked. Someone's dog clicked across the linoleum, tags jingling. The stairwell fan never stopped. Inside my own unit, the noise multiplied. My laptop fan whined whenever I had too many remote session windows open. The dishwasher groaned in fits, sounding like it was choking on a fork. The fridge hummed, coughed, hummed again. Trucks rolled by on the street outside, tires hissing on wet pavement when it rained. The building's old plumbing made these hollow glugs in the walls whenever somebody showered. I work as a remote IT consultant, which is a nice way of saying I am the person strangers in other states yell at when their VPN won't cooperate. So even my job was just more noise. Teams pings, Slack notifications, calendar alerts, the little boop of another email landing in my inbox, clients talking too loud into bad microphones, the lagging echo of my own voice coming back at me through their speakers. I can handle noise. I grew up in a small house with 3 brothers and a dad who believed the TV volume knob was more of a suggestion than a limit. But after the divorce, it all started to feel like static boring through my skull. Every sound layered on top of every other sound until there wasn't any space left that belonged to me. At night, lying in bed alone for the first time in years, I could hear everything. The refrigerator cycling, the elevator cables moaning. Somewhere below me, a faucet dripping with military precision. Even the little LED on my router had a soft electronic whine if you got close enough. When my upstairs neighbor walked across his living room, the ceiling above mine creaked and popped. I started to recognize his patterns, the slow, back and forth pacing when he was on the phone, the short, sharp trips between kitchen and couch during late-night snack runs. I started to hate him without ever seeing his face. 3 months of that, and my brain started offering me choices. Option A, stay in town. Keep working. Keep living in the apartment that felt more like a shared beehive of anxiety than a home. Hope time and therapy and friends, and maybe some new hobby would sand down the sharp edges. Option B, change the channel. I'm not proud of how fast I picked option B. It wasn't rational at first. It was a feeling, a pressure in my chest that grew every time the elevator dinged, every time my phone chimed, every time some well-meaning coworker asked how I was holding up, man. I'd always been an outdoors guy. My dad had me in the Boy Scouts as early as they'd allow it. I never made Eagle. Life got busy, sports got in the way. But I kept the camping side of it. Sleeping under a nylon roof, cooking over a tiny stove, reading a topo map with a red headlamp while the rest of the world went quiet. That I understood. The wilderness made a kind of sense the rest of my life didn't. People divorce you. Jobs change. Your own brain turns against you at 3 a.m. But a trail is still a trail. A river still follows gravity. A compass needle still points north, no matter what kind of week you're having. Somewhere between a client screaming about lost spreadsheets and my neighbor's bass rattling my silverware drawer for the 3rd night in a row, the thought formed fully. If I don't get out from under all this noise, I'm going to snap. Not just a weekend at a full campground either. Not a glamping yurt with Wi-Fi and complimentary s'mores kits. I wanted out. No notifications, no dishes, no ex-wife's toothbrush still in my medicine cabinet because I couldn't bring myself to throw it away. I wanted the kind of quiet you have to earn. The kind that comes after an all-day climb, or 10 miles with a pack so heavy the straps bruise your shoulders. The kind of silence that isn't really silence at all, just wind in the trees and maybe a creek somewhere close, but feels silent compared to your phone screaming at you every 5 seconds. I told myself it was a reset. Like I was a Wi-Fi router that needed to be unplugged, counted to 10 for, and plugged back in. At 2 a.m. on a Tuesday, lying awake in the blue light of my phone, I opened my laptop back up and typed into a forum I hadn't visited in years. Backcountry campsites, Helena Lewis, and Clark National Forest, unofficial. The page that loaded was old-school internet. Black text on white background, usernames like ElkTrack77 and Granite Ghost, timestamps from 5, 6, 8 years ago. Grainy photos of mountains and pines, long paragraphs describing sweet spots off unmarked roads. As I scrolled, the elevator dinged again out in the hall. I didn't realize how tightly I'd been clenching my jaw until it hurt. Off the grid, I thought, as far off as I can get without dropping off the map completely. By the time the sky outside my window had started to go from black to the faint cold blue of pre-dawn, I'd made up my mind. I was going to disappear for a week, or just me, a tent, and all that empty space I'd been craving. If grief is chaos, planning is the illusion of control. I leaned into it. During the day, I still logged into work. I still screen shared with clients and reset their passwords and politely suggested they not click on links that promised free gift cards from the CEO. But in the gaps, between calls, on lunch breaks, in that limbo hour after my shift ended, and before I had to decide whether to microwave something or not eat at all, I pored over that forum thread like it was scripture. The thread was titled simply, Unofficial Sites, HLCNF, Use at Your Own Risk. Helena Lewis and Clark, National Forest is big, sprawling. It's not the picture postcard Montana most tourists flock to. No big famous park gate, no iconic lodge souvenir shop. But it's wild in all the ways that count. Forest Service roads that don't show up on most GPS, drainages and ridges, and creeks that don't have names outside of topo maps. That was the point. The original poster, someone who went by Wapiti Ghost, had laid out a half-dozen spots in nearly obsessive detail. FS Road 9XX, mile marker my 14.2. Look for small, unmarked turnout on right. Too big ponderosa with old blaze marks. Overgrown, two-track lane goes another quarter mile. At the end, clearing large enough for 2 to 3 tents. Seasonal creek. Dry in late summer. Deadfall for days. No fire ring. No facilities, obviously. Pack in, pack out. Don't be an idiot. Replies argued about whether it was irresponsible to share this information, whether too many people would ruin it, whether the Forest Service would close the area if it saw increased traffic. The thread had petered out a few years back, before everything in my own life went sideways. But the details were still there. Coordinates, landmarks, tiny warnings. Road gets nasty if it rains. Don't try this in a sedan. Watch for old mining claims. Holes everywhere. I made notes in a spiral notebook I'd found in the back of my closet. Not on my phone. Not in a cloud document. On paper. With a pen. Like I could anchor the idea by dragging ink across dead trees. Coordinates, turn-by-turn directions, estimated mileage. I read and reread trip reports from people who'd gone out there. Some boasting about having the whole valley to ourselves. Others warning about washouts and blowdowns. I opened Google Earth, traced possible routes, marked where the satellite imagery dissolved into nothing. The more the roads on the map turned from solid lines to dotted ones to faint gray scars, the better I felt. If the satellites couldn't see you clearly, odds were most people couldn't either. Gear wasn't an issue. Between my time in Scouts, weekend trips with buddies, and the impulse buy tendencies of a guy who'd always rather be in the woods than at a bar, I was already pretty well equipped. Still, I did a full inventory. Tent, 3-season, 2-person, worn but solid. I seam sealed the fly just in case. Sleeping bag, 20-degree down mummy, still lofting okay. I shook it out and let it fluff over the back of a chair for an afternoon. Pad, inflatable, no leaks, plus a foam backup just because I'm not 20 anymore. Stove, small canister burner with 2 full fuel canisters. Water, a couple of hard bottles, a collapsible bladder, Sawyer filter, purification tablets as backup. Food, I hit the outdoor store and grabbed enough freeze-dried meals for 10 days, even though I only planned to be gone 7. Stroganoff, chili mac, breakfast skillet, all the greatest hits that taste amazing after a long hike and like wet dog food at home. Clothing, base layers, fleece, rain shell, extra socks vacuum sealed in a Ziploc like they were as valuable as cash. Navigation, map and compass first, GPS as an assist, not a lifeline. Spare batteries, power bank. And then, the part that made my mom's voice echo in my head even though she was 3 states away. Protection. I'm not a gun nut. I'm not one of those guys who gauges his masculinity by the number of firearms in his safe. But I grew up in Montana. You don't walk into the backcountry without considering the things that live there. Bears, cats, the odd moose in a bad mood. I had a Remington 700 that my dad handed down to me when I turned 21. 30-06, wood stock scarred from years of use. I'd taken it out for deer season the last few years. lined up crosshairs on whitetails and elk without any trouble. It wasn't some tricked-out sniper rifle. It was a tool. Heavy, reliable, and comforting in a way that surprised me. I cleaned it on my kitchen table, the smell of gun oil overpowering the apartment's usual lingering scent of reheated leftovers and stress. I checked the bolt, the trigger, the scope. Loaded rounds into the magazine with mechanical, familiar motions. Bear spray went in the pack too. Safety off in an easy access holster. Redundancy. The more boxes I ticked, the more the trip felt less like running away and more like a project. Something I could Excel sheet my way through. I told exactly one person. My older brother Sam lives in Billings with his wife and 3 kids. He's the practical one, the responsible one, the one you call when your car dies or you need help moving a couch. I texted him a cleaned up version of the plan. Me. Hey, taking some PTO next week. Going to do a solo backcountry thing up near Helena Lewis and Clark. Got a week's worth of food and gear. We'll send you a rough map of where I'll be. If you don't hear from me by date, you can officially call search and rescue and complain. He replied with a thumbs up, and then, Sam, midlife crisis at 28, proud of you. Send cords. I sent him a screenshot of my route and a pin dropped near the coordinates from the forum. I didn't tell him I was planning on pushing a little farther down the overgrown road than the original poster had suggested. That part felt like something I wanted to keep between me and the trees. I marked my calendar with, "Oh, backcountry," in big letters. On my last day before the trip, my biggest client asked if I could stay at my desk just in case something came up over the next week. "No can do," I said, surprising myself with how firm I sounded. "I'll be off the grid. Like, literally, no service." There was a pause on the call. "Off the grid?" he repeated, like I'd said I was moving to Mars. "That a thing people still do?" "Apparently," I said. "Don't break anything important while I'm gone." He laughed like I was joking. I wasn't. That night, I stood in the middle of my apartment and looked at the piles of gear on the floor. Backpack stuffed, but not yet cinched. Rifle case leaning against the wall. Boots lined up by the door. Topo map spread out on the coffee table with my route traced in pencil. In the hallway, the elevator dinged. A door opened and closed. Somewhere, someone's TV audience laughed too loudly at a joke I didn't hear. I imagined a week where the only dings were rocks under tires, where the only laughter, if there was any, belonged to me alone. For the first time in months, that thought felt more like relief than like running. The morning I left, Bozeman was wrapped in low cloud. Fog clung to the edges of the highway like it wasn't ready to let go yet. My truck's headlights cut cones through it, illuminating road signs and the reflective eyes of the occasional deer at the last second. The air had that sharp, cold edge you get before the sun commits. I left before dawn on purpose. There's a kind of magic to pulling out of a sleeping town with a thermos of coffee and a full tank. Streetlights still on. Bakery trucks making deliveries. The rest of the world not yet awake enough to need anything from you. 4 hours to the forest. That's what I'd estimated. Highway to county road. County road to Forest Service road. Forest Service road to whichever faint track my notes insisted existed. The miles unwound. The further I got from town, the more the scenery widened. Houses thinned, fields expanded. Cows and hay bales replaced apartment complexes and strip malls. The fog burned off, revealing a sky so blue it almost looked fake. I rolled the window down a few inches just to let the cold air slap my face whenever I started to drift too hard into my own head. I passed through a couple of small towns, clusters of low buildings and gas stations, a bar or two with neon beer signs in the windows, a school with a playground that looked too small next to the sheer scale of the mountains behind it. Each one felt like a checkpoint between one life and another. The Forest Service road turnoff wasn't marked on my GPS. The dash screen kept trying to reroute me back to some more sensible, paved version of the world. Every time I ignored its bright little line, it chimed in protest. Recalculating. Finally, I turned the volume down and shoved the unit back into map view without directions. I didn't need its help yet. I had my own. My notebook, with the scribbled directions, lay open on the passenger seat, weighted with my water bottle. FSRD 9X, take left at mile marker 6.5, small green post on right. Road turns to washboard gravel. Stay on it, 115 miles. At 14.2, look for old National Forest. Road 375, sign on right. Hard to spot, bullet holes in it. Immediately after is narrow 2-track on left, overgrown. That's your turn. Forest 4 recommended. No cell. The paved road ended abruptly. 1 minute I was humming along on cracked asphalt. The next, my tires hit gravel with a washboard so intense it made my teeth click. The steering wheel shuddered under my hands. Dust billowed in the rear view, a red-brown plume that hung in the air like a comet tail. I slowed down, found a speed just fast enough to keep the truck from shaking itself apart, just slow enough that I'd have time to see the turn when it came. The forest closed in. Tall pines rose up on both sides, their trunks straight and tall, branches interlocking overhead in places to create a tunnel of green and shadow. Here and there, sunlight speared down through gaps, lighting up swirls of dust like tiny galaxies. The sound changed too. Highway noise is a constant rush, a white roar. Out here, it was the crunch and grind of gravel under my tires, the occasional ping when a sharper rock spat up and banged the undercarriage. The deeper I went, the more the world narrowed to the lane ahead, the trees, the dash clock ticking over minutes. No other vehicles. No scattered pullouts with minivans. No camping this way signs. Just that old gray road cutting through miles of thick, indifferent forest. At 14.2 miles, according to my odometer, I saw it. The sign was exactly where the forum post said it would be, though it was more ghost than marker now. National Forest, Road 375, it read, once upon a time. The paint had peeled, the wood had warped. Someone, or several someones over several years, had used it for target practice. Small, dark bullet holes clustered around the numbers and the edges, radiating outward like a disease. I rolled past it slowly, heart ticking a little faster. Off to the left, half swallowed by saplings and waist-high grass, was the 2-track. If I hadn't been looking for it, I would have missed it completely. 2 faint depressions, where tires had pressed down the vegetation some season ago, now trying very hard to reclaim themselves. Between them, a strip of taller grass and young growth, dotted with rocks. The GPS on my dash freaked out. Make a U-turn when possible, it said politely. Make a U-turn when possible. For the first time in a long time, I smiled for real. I put the truck in 4-wheel drive, took a breath, and turned onto the overgrown road. Branches scraped the sides almost immediately, not hard enough to damage the paint, but enough to make that nails-on chalkboard sound that gets under your skin. Grass whispered under the undercarriage. The truck climbed over small mounds, dipped into shallow ruts, The speedometer hovered just above walking pace. The forest pressed closer. Here, the trees weren't the spaced-out, gallery-ready pines from the highway views. They were crowded, shoulder to shoulder, younger growth mixed with older trunks, deciduous underbrush filling in between. Light filtered down in chopped pieces, mottled shade and bright flecks on the hood of the truck. Every 100 yards or so, the road narrowed further, as if the forest had decided to test my commitment. Twice, I had to stop completely, get out, and clear the path. The first time it was a fallen branch, a thick limb from some storm-damaged pine that had come down across both tracks. Not big enough to count as true deadfall, but too big to just crunch over without risking some undercarriage damage. I killed the engine. The sudden absence of motor noise was like stepping into a vacuum. The forest rushed in to fill it, wind whispering through needles, a single bird calling somewhere far off, the soft tick of the cooling engine, my own footsteps on the gravel and dirt as I walked around to the front. Up close, the branch smelled of sap and rot. I wrapped my hands around the thicker part, dug my boots in, and heaved. The wood creaked, bark flaking, then gave, dragging across the ground with a rough, tearing sound. It wasn't heavy enough to really challenge me, but in that moment, it felt like the forest was making me prove I wanted in. As the branch scraped aside, smaller twigs snapped under its weight. Each break cracked sharp and loud, crack, crack, crack. The sounds echoed weirdly between the trunks, coming back to me a fraction of a second later. For a heartbeat, it sounded like there was someone else on the road ahead, breaking their own branches in response. I straightened, breath puffing in the cool air. Nothing moved except my own dust. "All right," I muttered to myself. "Sorry for the inconvenience." Talking to the trees felt less insane out here than talking to my router back home. I got back in the truck, rolled forward, and the overgrown two-track swallowed us a little more. The second time I had to stop, it wasn't a single branch. It was a tangle. Someone, sometime, had cut some saplings and left them piled half on, half off the track. Dead stems and green ones had woven together, creating a chest-high snarl that would have shredded the paint if I'd tried to squeeze through. I stepped out again, boots sinking slightly into the soft, needle-rich duff at the roadside. It smelled like every camping trip from my childhood layered together, resin and dirt and old rain. As I grabbed the nearest sapling trunk and hauled it aside, something skittered in the branches. A squirrel darted out, tail flashing, scrambling up the nearest pine with frantic chatter. My heart hammered like I'd just seen something much bigger. Adrenaline. Everything heightened. I dragged the cut saplings into the ditch, clearing just enough room to pass. As I worked, the forest went quiet in that particular way that makes you feel watched. Not hostile, just observant. The hair on the back of my neck prickled. "You'll get your road back in a week," I said out loud. "Scout's honor." My voice sounded small. Back in the driver's seat, I checked my phone on reflex before I caught myself. No bars. Not even a ghost of a signal. Just a little X where my connection used to be. The map app still showed my last cached position, but the blue dot blinked uncertainly, like it wasn't sure if I existed. I tossed the phone into the center console, where it slid against a half-empty bag of beef jerky and my notebook. From here on out, it was just me, the notes, and whatever was at the end of this half-forgotten path. The two-track climbed a little, then dipped, following the lay of the land, in a way you only really appreciate when you're crawling along at 10 miles an hour. The trees thinned slightly on one side, offering glimpses of a slope dropping away into more forest, the suggestion of a drainage at the bottom. Then, just as I started to wonder if I'd misread the notes, the trees ahead opened up. I rolled forward another truck length, and the world expanded into a clearing. It wasn't huge, maybe the size of a smallish parking lot. Grasses and low plants covered most of it, with patches of bare dirt where the soil showed through. A few big boulders sat at the far edge, moss-covered and solid. A ring of trees framed the space. Tall pines, a couple of spruces, one big gnarled fir, leaning like it had been contemplating falling over for a decade and never quite committed. Sunlight poured in, unobstructed, warm on the hood of the truck. It lit up dust motes in the air. A couple of birds flitted from branch to branch at the edge, scolding me half-heartedly for existing. It was, in a word, perfect. Flat enough for a tent, close enough to the trees for some shade, far enough from any obvious deadfall threats. No fire ring, which meant no regular crowds, no picnic tables, no numbered posts. Just a quiet, slightly overgrown pocket of forest that looked like it had been waiting a long time for someone to remember it. I pulled the truck fully into the clearing, let it roll to a stop, and cut the engine. Silence rushed in again, deep and wide. For a few seconds, I just sat there, hands still on the wheel, feeling my heartbeat slow. This was what I'd been chasing through the dull throb of bass walls, the dinging elevator, the constant chatter of other people's lives. No one yelling into a headset, no neighbor stomping overhead, just wind and maybe the faint buzz of insects. Then, as my eyes adjusted to the brightness outside the windshield, I realized I wasn't alone. There was a tent in the clearing already. It stood off to the right, half in shadow, like it had tried to tuck itself into the tree line and failed. Old, olive-drab fabric sagged between metal poles that looked 1 or 2 generations older than anything REI sells now. The door flap was mostly zipped, gaping at the bottom a little like a mouth caught mid-yawn. Mold bloomed in dark patches along the seams and near the base, visible even from where I sat. The color of the fabric had that sun-bleached, time-stained look of gear that had seen too many seasons and not enough care. For a second, my brain did that thing where it tried to fit the new information into the existing story. Maybe someone beat you to it, it suggested. Maybe a hunter set up early for the season. Maybe some other solo guy with a pack of freeze-dried meals and problems of his own was out for the same kind of reset. But there was no truck, no gear outside, no smoke from a cook stove, no cooler, no folding chair, no sign that anyone had been in or out of that tent in a long time. It looked less like a current camp and more like a relic, like someone had pitched it in 1987, walked away, and the forest had just decided to tolerate its presence. My hand found the door handle without me really thinking about it. I hesitated just long enough to listen. The clearing hummed with insect life. A bird trilled once and fell silent. A breath of wind moved through the pines, making that deep shushing sound, like a teacher trying to quiet a rowdy class. No voices, no footsteps, no zipper sounds. I stepped out of the truck. The air smelled like sun-warmed pine needles and old canvas. The ground under my boots felt springy, years of fallen needles and organic matter making a soft layer over the actual dirt. Each step made a faint, muffled crunch. I closed the truck door gently instead of letting it slam. like I didn't want to wake anyone, which was ridiculous. The tent stood maybe 30, 40 feet away. Up close, it looked even older. The olive color had faded to an almost gray-green in places. The guy lines, what was left of them, drooped uselessly, their stakes rust-streaked. The zippers were dull, teeth darkened. The mold was worse than it had looked from the cab. Splotches like bruises creeping up from the base, speckles near the seams. Nobody leaves a tent like that on purpose, not that far from a road you can barely find. "Hello," I called, feeling stupid, but unable not to. "Anybody home?" My voice sounded much smaller out loud than it had in my head. It floated up, bounced off the trees, and came back with no answer. I stood there for a moment, counting my own breaths. 1, 2, 3. Old habit from hiking alone. Listen, wait, listen again, before you commit to stepping into anything that could hide a bear or a person with a very bad day. Nothing moved inside the tent. No shuffle of fabric, no cough, no annoyed, "Yeah, hang on," from some guy's sleeping bag. In any horror movie, this is the point where the audience starts yelling at the screen. Don't open it. Don't look. Just back away. In real life, curiosity and concern, and a lifetime of always check, never assume training, beat out movie logic. I reached for the zipper. The metal pull was cold and a little gritty under my fingers, like it had collected years of dust and pollen. As I drew it up, teeth separating with a dry rasp, a smell rolled out from inside the tent. It hit me like a wall, thick and heavy, not fresh death, not the sharp, copper metallic tang you hear about in crime shows. This was layered, damp fabric, old sweat, mouse droppings, mold. Something else under all of that, something sour and sweet at the same time that made the back of my throat tighten. I gagged, reflexive, and turned my head away, breathing through my mouth until the initial wave thinned. The clearing, a minute ago so full of promise, felt different now. Not ruined, just complicated. As the flap sagged open, stale, heavy air leaked out, making a little current against my skin. I adjusted my grip on the zipper, pulled it the rest of the way up, and squinted into the dim interior. I couldn't see much from the doorway. The light coming in behind me turned the inside into a cave of shadows. But I could make out shapes, a sleeping bag, flattened and stained, lying open. A couple of empty cans on their sides, labels long since peeled off. A small square notebook near the head of the bag, its cover warped. And on every scrap of visible fabric, on the inside of the tent, on the sleeping bag, on the notebook cover, I saw lines. Short, straight, repeated lines. A handful grouped together here, another cluster there. At first, my brain registered them as random scratches, mildew trails, marker streaks. Then I realized they were marks, tally marks, dozens of them, maybe hundreds. I would like to tell you that I turned around right then, got back in my truck, and left that clearing to whatever story had been unfolding there before I arrived. But that's not what I did. I stepped closer. By the time I realized what I was looking at, I was already too close. Standing there in the mouth of that old tent, my hand still on the zipper, the smell wrapped around me like a physical thing. It wasn't just bad, it was thick. A heavy, rotting sweet funk that clung to the back of my tongue and made my eyes sting. For a second, my brain couldn't decide what to categorize it as. Dead animal, damp fabric, old sweat, mold. The kind of smell that comes from too many living things, sharing too little space for too long, and then leaving all at once. The smart thing would have been to drop the flap, back away, and pretend I'd never seen any of it. Instead, I took a breath I immediately regretted and said, "Hello." The words sounded small, swallowed immediately by the canvas and the trees. Nothing answered. No rustle from the sleeping bag. No annoyed shout. No, "Hey man, private property." Just that smell, oozing out past my ankles into the clean, sunny air of the clearing. "Anybody in there?" I tried again, louder this time. Silence. The tent didn't look like it had been lived in recently, but there are rules you don't break in the backcountry. One of them is, if you find someone's shelter, you don't go rummaging through it unless you're worried they're hurt. I was worried, just not in a way that had an easy label. I pulled the zipper higher, the teeth separating with a reluctant, grating rasp, and crouched down to peer inside. The air inside the tent felt somehow thicker than the air outside, like humidity and time had teamed up to make a different atmosphere entirely. The light didn't do much past the doorway. It pushed a rectangle onto the floor and then seemed to give up halfway in, leaving the back half of the tent in shadow. Everything had a grayish cast, the way rooms do in old photographs. The sleeping bag lay unzipped and empty on the left side, its once lofty insulation flattened into lumps. Dark stains bloomed near the top, spreading from where a head and shoulders would have rested. Near the foot, the fabric was frayed, threads sticking out like fur. It looked like something had gnawed there. 2 tin soup cans lay on their sides near the entrance, labels long peeled away by moisture and fingers, bare metal oxidized to a dull, sickly patina. One had a crusted ring inside, a dried line of something that once steamed and smelled like comfort, and now just looked like the outline of a throat. Between the sleeping bag and the tent wall, near where a person's right arm would fall if they slept there, lay a small notebook. At first I thought it was a wallet. It was that size. A little rectangle of black, the cover swollen and warped, edges fuzzy from damp and handling. No brand stamped on the front, no sticker, no inspirational quote. Just a plain, hard-backed book that had seen better years. Flies buzzed somewhere deeper in the tent, their sound thick and lazy, the way they get when they've found something that doesn't move anymore. I didn't want to see what they were on. The smell swelled when I shifted my weight, as if the air inside the tent were a liquid and I'd just stirred it. My vision fuzzed at the edges for a second. "God," I muttered, pulling my shirt up over my nose like a cheap mask. "Okay, in and out, quick." I could have left it. I could have backed away and told myself whatever story I needed. Some hunter bailed, some squatter moved on. Forest Service would find it eventually. That all of this was none of my business. But that notebook sat there like a single, sharp detail in a blurred painting. My eyes kept getting dragged back to it. If there was any clue about who had been here, what they'd been doing, why they'd walked away from a perfectly usable tent, it was probably inside that little black rectangle. I told myself I was thinking of my brother, of Sam getting a call someday from some ranger asking if he knew where his idiot younger sibling had gone, of not wanting to become one more unnamed cautionary tale on some closed case file. Really, I was just hooked. Holding my breath, I dropped to one knee, feeling the fabric of the old ground sheet crackle under my weight. The smell was worse down low, closer to the sleeping bag. It punched up through my t-shirt, sweet and rotten and damp. My eyes watered. "Just grab it," I whispered to myself. "Grab it and get out." I leaned in, stretching my arm as far as it would go to avoid putting more of my body inside the tent than was absolutely necessary. My palm brushed the edge of the sleeping bag, rough, cold, slightly sticky from whatever had seeped into it long ago, and my fingers closed around the notebook. It was colder than I expected. Damp had swollen the cover slightly, and the pages pressed against each other with a faint, tacky resistance. Something scuttled in the dark beyond the sleeping bag, small claws on fabric, the quick scrabble of something trapped and annoyed, and I yanked my hand back fast, dragging the notebook with me. My elbow knocked one of the soup cans. It rolled a few inches with a hollow metallic clink that echoed inside the tent like something larger than it was. For a heartbeat, I was sure I was going to see a pale hand shoot out of the sleeping bag, or a face half rotted and wrong lurch into the triangle of light at the entrance. Nothing happened, just the flies, their buzzing briefly agitated, then settling again. My lungs burned. I scrambled backward, nearly tripping over my own feet as I dragged myself out of the tent's shadow and into the clearing. The sunlight hit me like a shock. I straightened up fast, stumbling away from the sagging olive shape like it might reach out and reclaim the notebook. Air never tasted so good. I tore my shirt away from my face, sucking in big, greedy breaths of pine and dry grass. The stink from the tent still clung inside my nose, like it had coated the hairs and wasn't interested in leaving. For a few seconds, my head swam. The clearing tilted slightly, the trees leaning in and then back, like my brain was trying to recalibrate what upright meant. I dropped to sit on a rock near my truck, the notebook in my lap. It looked smaller out here, more harmless. Just a cheap little book, the kind you buy in 3-packs at office supply stores. The cover was coated in some kind of faux leather that had bubbled and warped where moisture had gotten in. Along the edge, near the spine, I could see where a thumb had rubbed so often that the texture had smoothed down. Whoever had owned this, they'd held it a lot. Written in it, a lot. Okay, I told the empty clearing. Let's see what you were counting. I cracked the notebook open carefully, half expecting the pages to disintegrate in my hands. They held. The first page had a water stain bleeding up from the bottom corner, but the ink on it was still clear. It wasn't even ink, technically. It looked more like pencil, maybe a fine charcoal, or a cheap ballpoint pen that had faded to gray. 5 short vertical lines marched across the top, then a diagonal slash through them. Tally marks, clean ones, no hesitation in the stroke. Underneath, another set, and another. 7 groups in the first row, 7 in the next. The margins clean, no doodles, no dates, just marks. I flipped to the second page. More of the same, not a word. No day 1, or camp by creek, or met a guy named Aiden, or anything human like that. Just sets of 7, each group spaced exactly the same distance apart, arranged in lines that marched down the page like a quiet, obsessive army. I told myself not to overreact. People track things, that's what we do. Calories, miles run, days sober, nights alone. Some folks keep tally of how many push-ups they've done, or nights without a drink, or days since their last cigarette. It didn't have to be sinister, but something about the starkness of it made my skin crawl. I licked my thumb, turning more pages, faster now. Every page I flipped repeated the pattern. Groups of 7, 1, 2, 3, 4 vertical, the 5th a diagonal slash, then 6, 7, a tiny gap, another set, same faint pressure, same tilt to the strokes, like they'd all been drawn by the same tired hand, The same pinched fingers. No breaks, no interruptions. The only variation was that the further in I got, the shakier the lines got. The first pages had confident strokes, almost ruler straight. By the middle of the notebook, some of the lines looked a little crooked, the pressure uneven. On a few, the diagonal slash drifted lower, like the person's wrists were getting weaker. The more pages I turned, the heavier the thing felt in my hands. I caught myself counting along. 7 groups to a row, usually. 7 rows to a page, give or take depending on how close they'd squeeze things. That made 49 per page. If each group of 7 tallies stood for 1 day, that was just over a month and a half per page. I flipped back and did a quick estimate. There were 12 pages full, front and back. A few more partially used. 12 pages multiplied by roughly 50 groups. I'm not great at math under the best of circumstances, but even my divorce-addled brain could handle that. 600. More than that, actually. 600 days. Almost 2 years, if each group was a day. I frowned and flipped back again, paying closer attention this time. There were gaps. Not many, but a few pages where the spacing shifted, where the lines seemed to jump a little. I narrowed my eyes, turned to the last used page, and made myself slow down. The final full row had 7 groups of 7. The one above it did too. I traced them with my finger, counting. 35, 42. 42 groups. If each group represented a day, that was 6 weeks. If each group represented a week, as some people tally, that was a year and change. But that didn't fit. Not with the volume of pages. Somewhere, I'd lost the plot. I looked closer at the last row. The pencil strokes here were darker, harder, like whoever was making them had been pressing down with more force. A couple of the vertical lines cut deep enough into the paper to dent it. The diagonal slash through each set was almost angry. Then, below the 42nd group, on the next line, was the start of another. 2 vertical lines. That was it. No third, no fourth, no diagonal. Just 2 lonely marks, standing by themselves. The pencil pressure there was strange. The first line was solid. The second trailed off slightly at the top, like the hand holding it had jerked or paused. Under my thumb, the indent was shallower. He, or she, or whoever this was, had started counting something 43 times, and then stopped at 2. 42, I said under my breath, the word sounding oddly loud in the empty clearing. And 2. 42 full groups, then an unfinished 43rd. Whatever was being counted, days, nights, visitors, something more abstract, it had gone on for a long time. Long enough to fill nearly an entire notebook with little clusters of 7. Long enough to feel like a ritual, not a record. A chill licked up the back of my neck despite the sun. I thumbed back to the front, hoping for something, anything, to frame this. A name on the inside cover, a doodled map, a grocery list. The kind of personal detail that makes a thing feel human, that reminds you there was a person here and not just marks. The inside cover was blank. No, if found, please return to. No phone number. On the first actual page, in the top left corner, were 5 tallies and a diagonal slash. Nothing before. I sat back on the rock, the notebook open across my knees, and looked over at the tent. The olive green shape sagged in the sun, its skylines limp. From this angle, I could see the faint outline of seams and panels, the way the poles bowed. A single fly buzzed lazily near the partly open flap, dipping in and out. The smell seemed to hang around it like a haze. "Who were you?" I asked, not expecting an answer. "What were you counting?" The obvious answer was days. Days alone. Days in the tent. Days since something happened or something changed. My brain, because it is a dumb animal that likes patterns, offered up more creative possibilities. What if each set of 7 was a week instead? 42 weeks full, then 2 days of week 43. Roughly 10 months. That tracked closer to the vague math I'd done with the pages. Or what if the units weren't time at all? What if they were people? I shut that thought down fast, feeling slightly embarrassed by myself, even out here alone. This was the wilderness, not the set of a true crime documentary. Occam's razor, the simplest explanation wins. Someone went off grid, the way I was doing, and started tallying days. Something happened on day 290-something to interrupt the streak. They left, or got hurt, or went back to town and forgot their notebook, or something else happened. The longer I sat there, the more the notebook felt heavier than it should have for its size, like the accumulated weight of all those unspoken days had compressed into the paper. The wind shifted, stirring the grass. A whispering sound moved through the clearing, pines exhaling. It sounded eerily like pages turning. I shut the notebook and slipped it into the side pocket of my pack before my imagination could go any further. I told myself it was evidence, that if I ever did stumble across a ranger or a sheriff's deputy out here, I could hand it to them and say, "Look, someone was staying out there for a long time. Might want to check it out." Deep down, I knew it was more selfish than that. I wanted to understand. And the only thing in that entire rotting little world that offered any chance of answers was now zipped into my gear. If the forest was a person, sunset is when it changes the subject. The rest of the afternoon, I tried very hard to go back to the script I'd written for myself before the tally tent showed up. I set my own camp on the opposite side of the clearing from the old tent, far enough that I could pretend we were 2 separate stories sharing a page. My tent was a modern dome of brighter fabric, my gear neatly laid out on a ground tarp. I cooked dinner on my little canister stove, chili mac straight out of a pouch, eaten with a long-handled spoon. It tasted like salt and nostalgia. The air cooled as the sun slid down behind the tree line. Shadows stretched, the light going from gold to the kind of flat gray that makes it hard to judge distance. I busied myself with camp chores, hanging my food bag from a high branch, tidying up the fire ring someone else had started years ago and never quite finished. I didn't make a fire, not that first night. I told myself it was because I didn't want to advertise my presence. Really, it was because the thought of sitting there watching flames while that other tent lurked in the periphery made my skin crawl. Instead, I sat on a foam pad, back against a rock, and watched the sky. When night finally committed, it did it all at once. 1 minute there was color in the west. The next, the last streaks of pink and orange had drained away, and the whole dome above was a deep, inky blue. Far from town, the stars hit different. They weren't just a scattering of familiar constellations. They were a full, blinding field, a hard spray of light that made the sky look textured, like black velvet studded with glass. The Milky Way smeared a pale band overhead, so bright it cast the faintest sheen on the tops of the trees. Satellites drifted, straight and indifferent. A faint meteor scratched a line and was gone. If it had been any other trip, any other time in my life, that might have been the part I told people about later. The peace, the immensity, the way the noise inside my head finally quieted enough that for 10, 15 minutes at a stretch, I forgot how badly everything else had been going. But under all of that, like a tone too low to hear, but not too low to feel, was that tent. It squatted at the edge of my peripheral vision, darker than the rest of the shadows. I could not see it clearly once the light went fully, but my brain kept drawing its outline for me. I tried to read by headlamp, but the printed words on the page slid together. I tried to write a few notes in my own little notebook. Weather clear, stream dry, weird old tent already here. But the pencil felt heavier than it should have. Eventually, I crawled into my sleeping bag. The inside of my tent smelled like nylon and clean fabric, like every backpacking trip I'd ever done. Familiar. Safe. I zipped the door in small, precise motions, the teeth clicking together with satisfying finality. I clipped the zipper pulls together with a tiny carabiner, a habit I'd picked up on trips in areas with clever raccoons and nosy bears. I set my rifle within arm's reach, resting in the corner where two walls met, barrel angled safely, chamber empty, but magazine loaded. The weight of it, there was a kind of comfort. I turned off my headlamp. Darkness settled in. Outside, the forest rolled through its night shift. Crickets started up in earnest, their chirps overlapping into a steady high buzz. Somewhere farther off, something larger, deer probably, moved through brush with a rhythmic rustle. An owl called once, low and questioning, then again, farther away. Inside, I lay on my back, eyes open, though I couldn't see anything. My own heartbeat thumped against the sleeping bag's insulation. The fabric crinkled softly when I shifted my shoulders. My brain took a while to unclench. It cycled through the greatest hits. The bullet-riddled road sign, the mold blooming up the sides of the old tent, the rank smell rolling out as I unzipped it, the endless pages of tally marks. It played them on loop until the images blurred and overlapped with every other bad picture I'd ever stored away. Arguments with Casey, the lawyer's office, the ceiling of my apartment at 3 a.m, all threads in the same knot. Somewhere in that knot, the pattern of the crickets became white noise. My thoughts grew less sharp, my body heavier. At some point, the distance between one blink and the next stretched too far to measure, and I fell asleep. I don't know how long I was out before I woke up. There was no slow surface, no gentle awareness of aches and stiffness. 1 second I was nowhere, the next I was fully there, eyes open in the dark, hand already half reaching toward the rifle. Something had called me back. Not a dream, exactly. More like the way your brain yanks you awake when your own snore startles you, or when someone in another room says your name. I lay completely still, every sense straining. The first thing I registered was that the crickets had gone quiet. The buzzing that had been a constant backing track when I drifted off was gone. The air outside the tent felt held, like the entire clearing was in the middle of a breath it didn't want to finish. The second thing was the voices. At first I thought it was wind through the trees, a soft, sibilant rush, rising and falling, not quite regular. Then I realized there were pauses, short ones, one voice trailing off, another picking up. They were right outside the tent, not 10 feet away, not at the edge of the trees, right there, low, whispering, overlapping. I couldn't make out actual words. It was more like the shape of speech, rises and falls, the way sentences have cadence. There were at least two voices, maybe three. One a little deeper, one higher, another in the middle. They weren't chanting. They weren't laughing. It sounded almost like discussion, soft, intent, like people talking over a sleeping child's bed. Every muscle in my body locked. My hand slid, slow and blind, toward where I knew the rifle lay. My fingers brushed the cold metal of the barrel and then closed around the stock, pulling it close without letting it scrape against the tent wall. My sleeping bag felt suddenly like a restraint. The soft insulation that had been cozy a few hours ago now felt like it was pinning my legs. The whispers went on. Sometimes they overlapped, two voices murmuring at once before one fell quiet. Sometimes one would go longer, a low mutter, and the others would answer with short, breathy sounds. I told myself, mechanically, that it could be other campers, some other hard case with a beat-up truck and an old tent, maybe rolling in after dark and spotting the clearing. Maybe a couple of kids from town, drunk or high, having a midnight deep talk. Except there hadn't been any other cars on the road, and the sound wasn't right. It wasn't the way drunk people slur and chuckle. There was no rhythm of bottles or cans being put down, no clink of gear, no cough, no footsteps of people arriving, no doors slamming, no zippers opening. Just those whispers, circling the tent in a slow, wandering orbit. The hairs on my forearms prickled under the sleeping bag. My mouth was dry. I swallowed, the sound too loud in my own ears. I strained to make out a word. One, almost too soft to hear. My breath hitched. Had I heard that, or imagined it? A shape my brain tried to stick onto the random syllables? I held still, every cell waiting. Something moved in the leaves just outside, a soft crunch of dry needles and twigs under weight. Then another, on the other side of the tent, and another at the back. They were circling. You learn the sound of footsteps if you spend enough time in the woods. Animals walk differently than people. Four-legged things distribute weight in a way you feel more than hear. Humans have a certain cadence, a heel-to-toe roll, a slight scraping if they're trying to be quiet but not used to it. These sounded like people. Deliberate, slow, testing each step. Dry needles and small branches breaking under boots, but carefully, like they knew exactly how much pressure to use not to make more noise than necessary. I gripped the rifle harder, thumb flicking the safety off by instinct. The whispers came closer, right outside. So close that if the tent wall hadn't been between us, I could have reached out and touched whoever was there. A shadow passed across the thin nylon, blotting out the faint starlight. For a heartbeat, I saw the suggestion of a darker shape, not animal-shaped, not four legs, upright, head and shoulders. They stopped just beside my head. I held my breath until my lungs screamed. The zipper pull on the tent door rattled, metal on metal, tiny and unmistakable. Somebody was pinching it between their fingers, testing the give. A delicate tug pulled the teeth a fraction of an inch against the resistance of the carabiner clip I'd used to lock it to the other pull. The zipper jumped, then held. Another tug, harder this time. The slider scraped, catching against the clip. The nylon around it trembled, vibrating just enough that I could feel the movement in the air of the tent. Whoever was out there wasn't ripping at it yet. They were testing, patient, like someone trying a locked doorknob gently before committing to the kick. The voices fell silent. For a moment, there was nothing but my own heartbeat and that faint metallic chick of the zipper being worried back and forth. Every instinct I had screamed at me to do something. Shout. Rack the bolt on the rifle loud enough to send a message. Lunge forward and punch whoever was crouched just on the other side of the thin fabric. Instead, I lay there, paralyzed. The smell of my own sweat filled the small space, sharp and sour. The zipper jerked again. When subtlety failed, they changed tactics. The sound shifted from metal to fabric. A soft, insistent scratching started at the line of the zipper, like fingernails dragging lightly over nylon. Not enough pressure to tear. Not yet. Just testing. Repeating. A back and forth that set my teeth on edge. It wasn't the wild, frantic scrabble of an animal. It was methodical. Like someone tracing the shape of the opening, mapping it. Something in me snapped back into place. This is insane. A calm, distant part of my brain said, "You are not prey in a bag." I swallowed once, forced my tongue to move, and pushed a voice out through my dry throat. "I've got a gun," I said, the words coming out lower and steadier than I felt. Back off. The scratching stopped. The silence that followed had weight. For 1, 2 seconds, the entire night held still like it was listening. Then the forest exhaled all at once. Footsteps exploded around the tent, going in different directions. Not one set, not two. At least 3. Twigs snapped as something heavy pivoted fast. Dry leaves crackled under boots. The voices burst back into sound, no longer whispering, but not quite loud enough to be full speech. Fragments of breath and syllable overlapping. None of them sounded surprised. They sounded annoyed, like I'd interrupted something mid-task. One set of steps pounded away toward the old tent side of the clearing. Another angled off toward the trees at the far edge. A third hesitated for a heartbeat near the back of my tent, close enough that the shadow against the nylon swelled, then turned sharply and vanished, crashing through underbrush. For a second, as that nearest set pivoted, I heard a voice right outside my head. Not in my ear, not inside my skull. Right there, separated from me by less than a 1/4 inch of fabric. 3. The word was almost conversational. My skin crawled. Then they were gone. The crickets didn't start up again right away. The silence after the footsteps faded was almost worse than the noise had been. My heart hammered in my chest like it was trying to punch its way out. I lay there for a long time, rifle clutched so tight my fingers ached, listening for any sign of return. Nothing. Eventually, the normal night sounds trickled back. A single brave chirp. Another answering. The slow, cautious restart of a soundtrack that had been abruptly put on pause. Sleep was out of the question. I stayed awake until the first gray light started seeping into the sky, watching the tent walls change shade with each passing minute. At some point, the birds joined the chorus, their calls sharp and bright in the new day. When it felt bright enough that I could see shapes clearly before they got too close, I unzipped the door with deliberate slowness, the sound overly loud in my own ears. The clearing looked almost exactly as it had the previous afternoon. My truck sat where I'd left it. My pack leaned against a rock. The old olive tent still sagged across the way, a darker smudge among trees. The only difference was at the edge of my own camp, 20 feet out from my tent, circling it in a rough, uneven ring. The ground was pocked with prints, bare human footprints, different sizes. Some small, narrow, the kind you'd expect from a teenager or a slight adult. Others wider, with longer toes, the impressions deeper. No boot tread, no sock weave. Just the smooth, slightly smeared shapes of naked feet pressed into the soft forest floor. They hadn't all gone in the same direction. They overlapped, crossed, lingered. Here and there, in the softest patches of dirt, a few of them were deeper than the rest, as if whoever stood there had stayed for more than a few seconds, enough time for weight to settle. I followed one set with my eyes as it led away toward the old tent, then veered off to the biggest pine at the corner of the clearing. The bark on that tree was darker, near about waist height. At first, I thought it was just sap or shadow. Then I walked over. Close up, I could see the cuts, short, straight gouges in the bark, maybe half an inch long. 4 vertical scratches, then 1 diagonal. Again, and again. Tally marks carved into the tree. 7 groups of 7, neatly lined up. And, just below those, 2 fresh cuts, standing alone. 2. I looked down at the notebook pocket on my pack. 42 full groups. 2 marks on the 43rd. In the bark, the same pattern. I didn't know what was being counted. I just knew, with a clarity that cut through sleep deprivation and divorce and everything else, that I didn't want to be the thing that made them finish that 43rd set. I wish I could say I was smart enough to leave the second the sky started to lighten. I wasn't. Fear scrambles your sense of priority. It makes you focus on the wrong things in the wrong order, like rearranging deck chairs on a ship that's already taking on water. When the first gray seeped into the tent, and I finally dared to unzip the door, my brain latched onto details it knew how to process. Temperature, light, the ache in my back from sleeping on the ground. It took a few precious seconds for it to register what didn't fit. The air that slid in was cold in that sharp, clean way only mountain mornings manage. My breath fogged once, twice, before the faint warmth of sunrise began to bite at the chill. Birds were already up, testing notes in the trees. A jay somewhere complained loudly about nothing in particular. I pushed the flap aside, rifle in hand, and stepped out. The clearing looked normal. For exactly half a heartbeat, I let myself believe that. My truck sat where I'd parked it, dew beating on the hood. My pack leaned against the rock where I'd dropped it after dinner. The trees ringed the space, their branches black against the slowly brightening sky. And in the dimness of that first glance, my half-awake brain filled in the blank with what it expected to see. A sagging olive tent squatting at the far edge of the clearing, mold and all. I blinked, eyes watering against the sudden light. Then the sun edged a fraction higher. The shadows shifted, and I realized what I was looking at wasn't canvas at all. It was just trees, trunks and brush, and an empty patch of grass where the tent had been. The old tent was gone. I stared, squinting, willing my eyes to find its shape again. Nothing. Where there had been rotting fabric and dangling guy lines the day before, there was only knee-high grass and a scatter of low plants. No flattened outline of where the floor had been. No pole impressions. No dark, bare rectangle of dead ground where the footprint of the tent should have killed the sun. Just undisturbed growth. I walked toward the spot slowly, every step feeling too loud in my own ears. The birds didn't stop singing. The sky kept brightening. Somewhere, water dripped from a branch onto dry leaves with tiny, irregular ticks. Up close, it was worse. The place where the tent had stood wasn't just free of a tent. It was free of any sign that a tent had ever been there. No stake holes in the dirt, no scraps of guy line, or twisted metal. No faint trace of a compressed ring. The grass bent under my boots as I stepped onto it, springing back when I lifted my foot. But there was no older flattening, no discolored patch. If you dropped me into that clearing for the first time right then and asked if anyone had camped there in the last year, I'd have said no without hesitation. But I'd stuck my head inside that canvas yesterday. I'd gagged on the smell. I had the notebook in my pack to prove it. I turned in place, looking for anything. Drag marks, tracks, some trail of disturbed vegetation that might explain how an entire tent and whatever weight it still contained had moved. Nothing. The only marks in the clearing weren't going away from anything. They were leading toward me. I didn't notice them until I almost stepped on one, a bare foot. The print was clear in the patch of softer dirt near a low tuft of grass. Not a shoe tread, not a boot. Toes, 5 distinct ovals, the ball of the foot, the taper toward the heel, deep enough that the edges had a small lip of pushed-up soil. It was angled toward my tent. Once I saw one, I saw them all. They ringed my campsite in a loose, uneven circle, 20 or so feet out from my tent, wandering closer in some spots, farther in others. The sizes varied. Some were narrow, almost delicate, the toes close together, the heel small. Others were wider, with longer, splayed toes and a heavier impression. None of them wore tread. Bare feet, in the Montana backcountry, in the middle of the night. My tent sat like a dropped coin in the center of it all. My own boot prints a messy halo closer in, overlapping with a few of the bare ones here and there, like layers in a chalk drawing. I made myself breathe. In, out, in, out. And then I did the only thing that made sense. I followed one of the trails. One set of prints, medium-sized, toes slightly turned out, stood deeper than the others in several spots, like whoever made them had stood there longer. They approached from the tree line near where the old tent had been, stopped at the edge of the informal ring, then cut off toward the biggest pine on the clearing's border. That tree had already caught my eye the night before, just by virtue of being big. Its trunk was thicker than the others, bark-plated and rough, branches starting higher up than my head. It leaned a fraction toward the clearing, as if curious. Now, as I walked toward it, following the footprints, I noticed something else. The bark, about at my eye level, was scraped raw. At first, I thought some animal had clawed it. Bears sometimes stand and rake their claws down trunks to mark height, strength, territory. I'd seen those marks before. 4 parallel lines, vertical or slightly diagonal, rough and savage. These weren't that. These were deliberate. Short, straight, shallow cuts, each about the length of my fingertip. 4 of them stood in a row, vertical, then a diagonal slash connecting them, forming a neat little group. Next to that, another group, and another. 7 in the first horizontal line, spaced evenly. 7 more below. The knife or blade or whatever tool they'd used had bitten through the outer bark and into the lighter wood just beneath, leaving pale scars that hadn't had time to darken yet. Sap glistened in a couple of the cuts, beating like clear tears. I ran my fingers an inch to the side of one, careful not to touch the fresh grooves. The tree felt solid, alive. The injuries were cosmetic for now, but I knew those marks, not from the woods, from the notebook in my pack. 4 vertical lines, 1 diagonal, groups of 7. I counted automatically. 7 groups, then 7, then 7. My eyes tracked the pattern down. 42. My pulse, which had finally started to slow, kicked up again. On the line beneath, in slightly wetter cuts, were 2 more scratches. Standing alone. No diagonal slash yet, just 2 markers waiting. 43, started, not yet finished. The exact same progression as in the notebook. My throat went dry in a way that had nothing to do with altitude or dehydration. The notebook had felt heavy with obsession, but in a distant way. Detached, like reading someone else's diary, years after they're gone. This was present, immediate. I could smell the sap, see the fresh flecks of bark clinging to the ridges of each cut. These tallies weren't ancient history. They were new, and they'd been carved sometime between me zipping my tent at night and me stepping out of it this morning. A stupid, reflexive thought put words in my head before I could stop it. I wasn't the first person to count things out here. I took a step back, then another, until my shoulder brushed another tree. I hadn't realized I'd been leaning in. The footprints around the pine were thick, overlapping. In some spots, there were so many impressions that the surface had been churned into something more like mud, even though the ground itself wasn't wet. It was as if they'd stood there, shifting their weight, adjusting their stance as they worked. The cuts themselves were at a convenient height, a little above my eye level, just right for someone my size to carve with their hand at a comfortable angle. The idea of a person, of anyone, standing there last night, knife in hand, carefully scoring the bark while I lay 6 or 7 yards away, scared in my tent, made something in me twist. I turned away, suddenly needing distance. That was when I saw it, hanging from a low branch to the right of the tally marks. At first, my brain filed it away as a pine cone, a dark, irregular shape dangling in the edge of my vision. But pine cones don't glint. This did. I forced myself to look. A squirrel hung from the branch, its body limp, head tilted at an unnatural angle. It wasn't rotted. Not yet. The fur still had color, a ruddy brown along the back, white on the belly. The tail drooped, missing its usual cartoon puff. The eyes were dull, not glossy. The mouth sagged open slightly, teeth showing. A length of fishing line bit into the fur around its neck, thin and taut, tied in a careful little knot on the branch above. Someone had gone to the trouble of securing it. They hadn't just tossed a dead animal aside after a meal. They'd suspended it at about chest height, right where a person standing back from the tallied trunk would inevitably see it. Not too high to miss, not too low to step over. It swung slowly in the faint morning breeze, rotating a few degrees, then twisting back. I've gutted deer. I've watched my dad process elk quarters in our garage. I've picked game birds clean at a camp table with blood under my nails and feathers stuck to my sleeves. Death, in itself, doesn't bother me. This did. Not because of the blood. There wasn't much. Not because of the species. Squirrels die everywhere, all the time. Because of the intent. Somebody had taken the time to tie that line, to lift that small body and dangle it just so. To position it in the one spot where it would stare at anyone who came to examine the tree. The angle of its head made it look almost scolded, condemned. For a second, I genuinely thought I was going to throw up. I turned away, hunching over, hands on my knees, breathing through my mouth. The cold air burned my throat. The smell of the squirrel, faint death, fur, a hint of whatever it had last run through, mingled with sap and earth. Behind me, something ticked against the tree trunk. A drop of sap, maybe, or my own stupid imagination, supplying sounds where there weren't any. I straightened slowly, trying to reassemble myself into someone who had things under control. I wasn't that person, but I could at least act like it. Okay, I said to the empty clearing, voice hoarse. Okay, that's enough. Trip's over. Packing up a campsite in a panic is a special kind of clumsy. My hands knew what to do. Undo guy lines, pull stakes, shake out the fly. Roll the tent from the far end so the poles lay flat. My hands also wouldn't stop shaking. Not a little, end of a long day tremor. A full, fine vibration from knuckles to fingertips. My nerves had decided to dump whatever reserves of adrenaline they'd been hoarding straight into my bloodstream. The tent poles clacked against each other when I tried to collapse them, metal pinging in tiny agitated notes. I fumbled the segments, dropped one, cursed under my breath. My breath came too fast. Each inhale felt shallow, as if the air had grown thinner. Every few movements, I'd have to stop and look up. The clearing, 10 minutes ago so familiar, looked foreign. Every tree trunk hid possibilities. Every shift of shadow could be something moving. My eyes kept snagging on the circle of footprints. It hadn't gone away. If anything, in the growing light, it looked more defined. The edges of the depressions sharper. Stop staring at them and keep moving, I snapped at myself. It came out halfway between a whisper and a hiss. I shoved the tent into its stuff sack without the usual care, the nylon bunching awkwardly. The zipper resisted, teeth catching. I forced it, feeling the seam strain. Future me could deal with the consequences of a mangled tent. Present me just needed it in the truck. I broke camp with all the efficiency I could muster, bagged the trash, stuffed my sleeping bag, dumped the pot where I'd heated water into my mesh bag without wiping it completely clean. I usually take a quiet pride in leaving a campsite looking like I was never there. I didn't have the bandwidth for pride. Every small noise I made sounded too loud. The zip of a stuff sack, the thunk of my stove in the gear bin, the slam of my cooler lid. They all felt like they were carrying through the trees like announcements. Hello, I'm still here. I haven't left yet. The squirrel swung gently on its line, just within my peripheral vision, no matter which way I turned, like some twisted pendulum. When I finally hefted my pack and carried it to the truck bed, the sight of that faded paint and steel felt like seeing a lifeboat in a storm. I tossed the pack in, less gently than I usually would, and slid the rifle into its case. For a second, I considered leaving the notebook behind, putting it back where I'd found it, like maybe that would satisfy whatever rhythm I'd broken by taking it. The thought of walking back to that tent, though, to the empty space where it had been, made my stomach drop. The notebook stayed in my pack. I climbed into the driver's seat, shut the door, and locked it without even thinking. The click of the locks sounded thin and pathetic against the memory of footsteps circling my tent. The keys shook in my hand as I pushed them into the ignition. When the engine turned over, the familiar rumble was the best sound I'd ever heard. For half a second, I sat there with my hands on the wheel, breathing. Get out, I told myself. Before something decides you're worth a second look. Backing out of that 2-track felt like trying to reverse through a bad dream. The trail was narrow and overgrown, barely wide enough for a vehicle going forward, let alone one going backward. On the way in, my world had narrowed to the hood and the lane ahead. Now it narrowed to what I could see in my mirrors and the small slice of road my neck contortion allowed without snapping something. Branches scraped the sides of the truck, whispering along the paint in long, complaining strokes. Grass hissed under the tires. Every time a wheel dropped into a rut I couldn't see, The truck lurched, my foot tapping the brake too hard, too fast. Going forward had felt like entering something. Going backward felt like trying to escape it without taking your eyes off the door. The clearing receded slowly in the rear view, framed in the little rectangle of the mirror. My tent had been the bright spot in it. Now, with my gear packed, it was just an empty space, ringed by trees. The ground scuffed where I'd moved around. I tried not to look at it too much. Looking at the road, the trees, the next bend, those were tasks. Tasks I could sink my focus into. Tasks that kept my hands and eyes busy. And yet every few seconds, almost against my will, my gaze flicked up, just to make sure the clearing was still there. That it wasn't closer than it should be. That nothing had stepped out into it while I blinked. The distance stretched, trees closing in around the edges of the mirror image. The clearing slowly shrinking to a patch of lighter ground and sky. I took a breath, exhaled, forced myself to pay attention to the way the steering wheel tugged at my palms. When the truck dropped into a deeper rut, the mirror jolted, vibrated. That was when I saw them. For a split second, the reflection wobbled, the light skewed, and the shrinking square of clearing jumped. In that jump, 3 shapes popped into existence. 4, maybe. It was hard to be sure. They stood at the edge of where my tent had been. Not close enough that I could see faces. Not close enough to make out clothes or hair. Just impressions. Upright, human-sized, spaced a few feet apart. They weren't walking. They weren't rushing after the truck. They weren't even pretending to hide. They just stood there, watching. My throat closed. I blinked hard, the rational part of my mind screaming reflection and trees and parallax, as if I could math my way out of what I'd just seen. When the mirror settled again, they were smaller, the trees closing in further. Maybe they hadn't been there at all. Maybe the smudge of darker trunks had aligned just wrong for a heartbeat. I didn't believe that. My foot twitched toward the brake. A stupid, suicidal urge to stop, to get a clearer look, to confirm. Before the thought finished forming, something else happened. One of the figures moved, slowly, deliberately. An arm lifted. The hand, not much more than a pale blur at this distance, rose to about chest height. The elbow bent at a familiar angle. It wasn't a wave. It was smaller, more contained. It looked like someone holding their hand up in front of their face, counting. I didn't wait to see how many fingers they'd hold up. My other foot, the sensible one, slammed the gas. The truck lurched, engine protesting at the abrupt acceleration in reverse, but the tires bit. The branch scrape along the side turned into a continuous rough hiss. The mirror image jerked, the clearing bouncing out of frame as trees filled the visual field. "Don't crash, don't crash, don't crash," I muttered, the words falling out of my mouth in time with every jolt. Somewhere in the lizard part of my brain, a voice was gibbering that I was doing the wrong thing, that you don't speed in reverse on roads like this, that one bad angle would plant me axle deep in a ditch or shove me into a tree hard enough to crack the radiator. I didn't care. I would rather call my brother from a crumpled truck halfway back to the highway than spend one more second in sight of that clearing. It felt like miles. In reality, it was a few hundred yards. The overgrown 2-track spat me back out onto the slightly less overgrown forest road with a lurch, the truck's back end hopping a bit as the tires found the firmer surface. I slammed on the brakes then, hard enough that my gear thumped against the back of the cab. The seatbelt dug into my shoulder. Dust billowed past the windows in a red cloud. For a second, I just sat there, chest heaving, hands clenched so tight on the wheel, my knuckles ached. Then, slowly, I shifted into drive. The forest road stretched ahead, wavering slightly in the heat of the early morning. It looked the same as it had on the way in. Washboard gravel, trees on either side, sky above. It did not feel the same. As I pulled away, leaving the hidden turnoff behind, a number crawled into my head and sat there. 42 full groups, 2 marks on the 43rd, 1 squirrel on a line, 1 tent removed without a trace, 1 scared idiot in a truck backing out as fast as he dared. I gripped the wheel tighter and pressed my foot down, the washboard rattling the whole chassis. Birds flew up from the roadside as I passed, startled into the air. Branches whipped by. I didn't look in the rear view again. I didn't need to. I could feel it, the way you feel something just behind you in a dark hallway. Not a presence, exactly. Not a pursuit. A regard. Like whatever had been stacking tallies in notebooks and on tree trunks for months or years had added something new to its count over the last 12 hours. The scratches on the bark, the marks in the notebook, the places where the counting had paused at 2, the place where it hadn't. I drove, the truck eating up the road, the dust plume behind me rising and falling like something breathing. Miles later, when my phone finally woke up and a single bar of service flickered to life, it chimed. A notification banner slid across the top of the screen, mounted on my dash. New voicemail, 2:07 a.m. I didn't listen to it. Not then. Not while the forest still closed in around me. Not while the memory of that lifted arm in the mirror was still seared onto the backs of my eyelids. I just drove faster, because whatever was out there, whatever liked the number 7 and the hour between 2 and 3, whatever walked barefoot in circles around sleeping tents, I had the gut-deep sense that as far as it was concerned, my part in the story wasn't over. It had just been marked. By the time I saw the Bozeman exit sign again, I almost convinced myself I'd overreacted. Almost. The truck's cab still smelled faintly of dust and pine and the lingering, faintly rancid undernote of that tent, the one that wasn't there anymore. I'd rolled the windows down for as much of the drive as I could stand, letting cold air slap my face and music fill the empty spaces. Classic rock, mostly. Songs I'd heard 1,000 times, patched into my brain from long drives with my dad. Safe sounds. But every time a song hit a part with a count in 1, 2, 3, 4 shouted before the riff, it made my shoulders tense. I turned the volume down halfway through 4 sticks and left it there. Back in town, everything looked the same as it had a week earlier. Main Street was busy in that small city way. A couple of tourists with Patagonia jackets and cameras around their necks, college kids in hoodies, a woman walking a dog that looked like it weighed more than she did. The brewery marquee advertised a trivia night. The coffee shop had a chalkboard sign out front with some pun about lattes. The sky overhead was gray, a flat, wintry lid pressing down on the valley. Somewhere to the west, behind the buildings, I knew the mountains were still there, snow-bright and silent. I tried not to think about what might be standing in some clearing out in that silence, tracking truck taillights with unblinking eyes. My apartment building's parking lot was half full. Same cracked asphalt, same oil stains. The elevator dinged cheerfully when I hauled my duffel and pack inside. 3rd floor, same as always. Somebody, had taped up a flyer on the bulletin board by the elevator doors, advertising a used couch. Someone else had drawn a dick on it in blue ink. Civilization. When I unlocked my door and stepped inside, the first thing that hit me was the smell. Not bad. Just normal. Stale coffee, detergent, the faint chemical citrus of the cleaning wipes I'd used on the counters before I left. Under that, my own sweat in the laundry hamper, dust on my bookshelves. The particular, unremarkable scent of my life compressed into 700 square feet. The fridge hummed in the kitchen. The thermostat clicked as the heat kicked on. Somewhere down the hall, a door shut and the chain rattled. I dropped my pack in the middle of the living room, next to the couch, and just stood there for a second. If you walked in off the street, you'd never know I'd almost fired a rifle through a tent wall 48 hours earlier. You'd never guess there was a notebook in that pack with 400, 500, however many hundred marks in it, the last two carved by a hand that wasn't mine. My phone buzzed in my pocket. It was my brother, Sam. "You back in one piece, or do I call SAR?" I stared at the screen for a few seconds, thumb hovering. I knew exactly how that conversation would go if I told him even half of it. "Dude, you were tired. You were alone. Our brains do weird stuff in the dark. You sure those weren't just old tracks? You seriously think some barefoot cult out in the woods is tracking you?" I typed back. Trip was fine. Road sucked. Got what I needed, though. He replied a minute later. "Nice. Any bears?" "Just chipmunks and bad freeze-dried food." Half true. There had been chipmunks, I assumed. I hadn't paid them much attention. He sent a thumbs-up emoji and a gif of a guy sitting in front of a campfire, nodding at the camera. End of discussion. My backpack sat on the carpet like an accusation. I walked around it, not ready to open it yet. Not here. Not in the space where I eat cereal and watch Netflix and pay bills. Instead, I did what I always do when things feel too big. I grabbed onto the smallest, dumbest tasks. Shoes off, keys in the bowl by the door, thermostat up a couple of degrees, tapped the furnace vent with my knuckles when it rattled. Then I started unpacking everything except the thing I was avoiding. Tent? Hang it over the shower rod to dry. Sleeping bag? Same thing. Fluffed and draped. Clothes? Straight into the laundry basket. I started a load, the washing machine thumping to life in the closet off the hallway. The rhythmic slosh of water and drum was almost soothing. Almost. When I finally unzipped the backpack's side pocket and slid the notebook out, it felt lighter than it had in the woods. Stupid. How relieved that made me. I stood there, holding it over the kitchen counter, staring at the warped cover. My apartment's overhead light reflected in the glossy patches where moisture had bubbled under the faux leather. It looked like any beat-up notebook from any office supply store. It did not look like a thing that had followed me. Later, I told it, and myself, I set it on a high shelf, between an old stack of bills and a faded paperback, spine facing the wall, out of sight. Not exactly out of mind, but at least not sitting there on the table like a centerpiece. The next few days were busy in the most boring way possible. Work ramped back up immediately. My calendar filled with back-to-back remote sessions. People in offices hundreds of miles away needed their printers coaxed back to life, their logins reset, their passwords retrieved. My webcam stared at my face as I smiled and said things like, "Let's go ahead and check your network settings." at least 50 times. When I looked at myself in the little picture-in-picture window, I looked fine. A little tired, sure, but not haunted. At night, the building resumed its usual chorus. Elevator ding, neighbor's door slam, somebody's TV laugh track leaking through the wall at a slightly distorted pitch. The fridge cycled off and on. The heat turned on, turned off. Air rushing through vents in hollow gusts. Normal. Only not. Little things shifted. Every time I walked past the big maple in front of the building, I caught myself glancing at its bark, looking for straight lines, for little groups of cuts at eye level. The same went for the few trees lining Main Street, for the trunks in the park when I cut through to get coffee. Nothing. No tallies. No carved marks. Just carvings of initials and hearts. The occasional class of 18, gouged by some bored teenager. The scars of branches removed long ago. Each time, I told myself, see? People carve dumb stuff into trees all the time. Nobody's counting anything. You were in the middle of nowhere, alone for too long. Your brain went weird, that's all. The words never fully landed. They just floated there, like captions on someone else's life. Because it didn't matter how many unmarked maples and aspens I walked past. I'd still seen the cuts on that pine. I'd traced them with my eyes. 7 groups of 7. 2 new marks. The fresh sap. The squirrel swinging on a line. The notebook on the shelf above my fridge might as well have been a magnet. My attention kept drifting towards it, even if my eyes didn't. Like I could feel its presence through the drywall. I went out with coworkers for drinks 2 nights after I got back, just to prove to myself I could. We sat at a high-top table under Edison bulbs in some bar that had decided rustic lumber and metal bars counted as industrial chic. People laughed too loud around us. Glasses clinked. The overhead speakers played a playlist that hopped between genres like it had commitment issues. I nodded in the right places. I laughed when someone made a joke about upper management. I told the short, sanitized version of my trip when someone asked. "Yeah, man," one guy said, taking a long pull from his beer. "I went solo camping once. Hated it. Every twig snap sounded like Bigfoot." "Every twig snap is Bigfoot," someone else said. They laughed. I smiled. But in the back of my head, I was listening to the cadence of the ice in their glasses clinking, counting without meaning to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The first dream came 3 nights after I got back. In it, I was standing in the clearing. I knew it immediately, the way you know your own kitchen in the dark. The slope of the ground, the line of the trees, the way the sky opened above like a bowl. Except it wasn't exactly the same. The old olive tent was there again, in its original spot, sagging and damp. My own tent stood across from it, doors zipped. The pine with the tallies loomed at the edge, its bark gleaming pale where the cuts were. My boots were planted in the middle, right where the bare footprints had circled. Everything was quiet, too quiet. No birds, no wind. Just a silence that felt padded, like the kind you get in soundproof rooms. I couldn't move, not because anything was holding me, just because. My legs felt like they'd grown down into the soil. Behind me, I heard someone inhale, not close enough to feel their breath on my neck. Just there, in the space where behind you stops being a direction and starts being a feeling. Then a voice began to count, soft, almost conversational, but somehow amplified by the silence. No accent I could place. Not old, not young. Just neutral. Like someone reading numbers from a ledger. 1. My shoulders tightened. 2. I tried to swallow and found my throat dry. 3. It wasn't a fast count. There was space between each word. Enough time for my brain to fill the gaps with all the things that might happen next. In the waking world, when you're counting something, you know what your end point is. 10 push-ups, 20 reps, 30 seconds. In the dream, I had no idea what number we were aiming for. 4. My skin prickled. I tried to turn my head. The muscles in my neck strained. It felt like trying to move underwater. The world resisted. 5. The tallies on the tree brightened in my peripheral vision, as if they were being lit from within. The old tent's flap twitched, then stilled. 6. My heart hammered. The numbers sat in the air like stones dropping into water, sending ripples through everything. 7. I woke up before the last syllable. My body jerked, hands clawing at the sheets. For a second, I didn't know where I was. The room was dark, shapes unfamiliar. Then the soft glow of my alarm clock resolved on the nightstand. 2:06 a.m. The colon between the numbers blinked. I lay there, chest heaving, listening. The apartment was full of night sounds. The building's heating system sighed through the vents. Someone upstairs snored faintly, then paused, then started again. A truck rumbled past on the street, its tires hissing on pavement. Somewhere far away, a toilet flushed, all normal. Still, I waited. After a minute or two, when nothing else obvious happened, I flipped onto my back and stared at the ceiling. The dream felt real enough that it stuck to me. The way my feet had felt rooted. The way the numbers had sat in my chest like swallowed stones. I told myself it made sense. Of course I'd dream about the clearing. Of course I'd dream about counting. I'd spent days thinking about tallies and marks and how they lined up. The brain chews on whatever you feed it. Garbage in, garbage out. I tried to go back to sleep. It took a long time. It didn't get better. Once the dream came, it didn't leave. Some nights, it was exactly the same setup. Me in the clearing, the unseen breath behind me, the numbers climbing one by one until I jerked awake just before 7. Other nights, the details shifted. Sometimes the tent in front of me wasn't mine. It was the olive one, over and over, the mold creeping higher up its sides each time. Sometimes the pine with the tally marks wasn't at the edge of the clearing. It was right in front of me, the cuts fresh and oozing sap that ran down in sticky, translucent trails. Once, I stood in my own living room, in the dream. Same couch, same TV, same crooked framed picture on the wall. But when I looked out the window, the view of the street was gone. In its place, the clearing, full color, full size. Like somebody had peeled up my apartment building and dropped it in the middle of the forest. The counting always started behind me. 1. I never got to hear what came after 6. At first, the numbers stayed in the dreams. Then they leaked. During the day, little sounds started to arrange themselves into patterns whether I wanted them to or not. The washing machine in the hall closet had a cycle where the drum would rock 3 times. Thud, 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 pause, then 4, thud, 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 thud. I'd never noticed it before. Now I couldn't unhear it. 3 and 4. 7. The elevator cables whined on their way up, a rising, falling metallic hum that hit faint notches like someone dragging a wet finger. The elevator itself dinged when it arrived on a floor. On mine, it would ding twice before the doors opened. On the day, I started counting those dings under my breath. 1, 2. Doors slide open. I realized how deep it had gotten. At work, my noise-canceling headphones pumped white noise into my ears when I didn't have clients on the line. Sometimes, I'd switch it off and just listen to the apartment instead. The building wasn't quiet. It never had been. Pipes clanged when someone ran a shower. The ice maker in the freezer had a sharp, brittle clack when it dumped a load. My neighbor's kid across the hall had a habit of dropping toys down their hallway at random intervals. Once, when I was sitting at the dining table, half working on a ticket and half staring at the window, I heard a faint ticking in the duct above my head. Tap, 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 pause, tap, 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 pause. 7, if you added it together. I told myself it was expansion and contraction. Heat moving through ancient metal. Science. In the shower, with the water pounding on my shoulders, the drip from the shower head after I turned it off formed irregular clusters on the tub floor. 2 drops. Pause. 3. Pause. 2. I stood there, towel around my waist, staring at the white enamel, counting under my breath like a lunatic. 7. I said out loud, and heard my own voice echo off the tiles. It wasn't just sounds, it was times. I woke up at 2:07 a.m., more nights than I want to admit, once the dream started. Sometimes, I'd snap awake from the counting. Other times, my eyes would just open on their own, my body telling me it was time. I'd lie there, staring at the red digits on the clock, and listen. One night, as I lay in bed, watching the colon blink between the numbers, the fridge cycled off in the kitchen with a soft click. Immediately after, my upstairs neighbor rolled over in his bed. I heard the creak through the ceiling, the mattress protesting. Somebody in the building turned on a faucet, pipes thumped. It all felt coordinated, like the whole building was taking part in some rhythm I couldn't quite catch, a dance I was watching from outside. I tried to rationalize, really tried. Sleep deprivation can mess with perception. So can stress. So can being alone too long with your own thoughts. I Googled pareidolia sounds, auditory pattern recognition, PTSD camping, counting obsession after trauma. The results were half scientific articles and half clickbait lists. None of them mentioned notebooks and rotting tents or squirrels on fishing line. I made a deal with myself. If things got worse, if I started hearing actual voices when I was awake, or seeing things that weren't there, I'd call a therapist, maybe even a doctor. Rule out whatever could be ruled out with blood work or brain scans. For now, I'd stick to the basics. Work, food, sleep, moving my body outside sometimes. I'd wait it out. Time, logically, should have helped. It didn't. The numbers stayed. The only thing that changed was my ability to pretend they were harmless. The notebook lasted 6 days on the shelf before I cracked. On day 3, I moved it. It had been wedged between an old power bill and a paperback. My eyes kept drifting up toward that spot whenever I walked into the kitchen. So I slid it farther back, behind a stack of takeout menus I never used, out of sight. On day 4, I dreamed about it. In the dream, someone had opened it to the last page and was drawing tallies very slowly, pressing the pen so hard the paper tore. The sound of the pencil against the rough fiber was loud, a dry, dragging scrape. Every time they finished a group of 7, The little diagonal line made a sound like a zipper being pulled. I woke with my heart pounding and a taste of paper dust in my mouth. On day 5, I caught myself standing in front of the shelf, hand halfway raised, not even remembering getting up from my desk. I forced myself to walk away, made coffee, took a shower, answered emails. On day 6, just before midnight, I gave up. The apartment was quiet, except for the faint whir of the refrigerator and the occasional car passing outside. My monitor glowed blue on the desk, the last YouTube video thumbnail still sitting there, title promising Top 10 Unsolved Mysteries That Will Keep You Up. I didn't need help with that. I walked into the kitchen barefoot, the linoleum cold under my feet. For a weird second, the sensation made me think of the footprints in the clearing, the way the weight had sunk into the dirt. I pushed the image away. The overhead light was harsh, buzzing faintly, making the edges of everything look a little too sharp. I reached up and pulled the notebook down. It felt exactly the same as it had in the clearing. The cover rough in places, smoothed in others where someone's thumb had worried it. The pages slightly swollen. The faint smell of damp paper clung to it, even after days in my dry apartment. I set it on the table. For a moment, I just stared at it, like I was waiting for it to open on its own. It didn't. I flipped to the back with more care than necessary, feeling the paper drag against my skin. Each page whispered as it turned, the sound barely audible. The last used page looked exactly how I remembered it. 42 full groups of 7, marching along in neat rows. At the bottom, 2 solitary lines, the start of a 43rd group. No diagonal slash yet, no third line. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. Of course it was the same. Why wouldn't it be? What had I been expecting? Fresh marks in my own handwriting? Some scrawled message in the margins? I traced the 2 lone tallies lightly with my fingertip, not quite touching the graphite. Up close, I could see the slight wideness of the strokes where the pencil had pressed harder at the start and lifted at the end. Whoever'd drawn them had done it with some force, even that last one, 42 and 2, I murmured, the numbers tasting different out loud than they did in my head. The clock on my stove read 11:58 p.m. On impulse, maybe to prove to myself later that this was all as boring as I was trying to convince myself, I pulled my phone out of my pocket and snapped a photo of the page. The flash washed the pencil a little, but the marks were visible. 42 full groups, 2 lone lines. I snapped a second shot, closer, just of the bottom rows. Insurance. Receipts, as the internet likes to say. Then I closed the notebook gently, the cover thumping softly against the table, and carried it into the bedroom. I don't know why I did that. If you'd asked me in that moment, I would have said something stupid like, I don't want it out of sight, as if keeping it in the same room as my bed would somehow give me more control over it. I set it on my nightstand, beside the lamp and the clock. Then I turned off the light and lay down, the shadows of familiar furniture settling around me. Sleep came in fits. Every time I closed my eyes, I'd drift a little, then surface again to the dim red glow of the clock and the faint silhouette of the notebook's spine. It felt too close, like an animal crouched just at the edge of the dark, not moving yet, but very aware of me. At some point, my body gave up arguing and dragged me under. This time, the dream was a simple one. I sat at my own kitchen table in the dream, just as I had earlier in the night, the overhead light buzzing. The notebook lay open, but instead of tally marks, the pages were full of little numbers, neatly printed, 207, over and over, filling every line. When I woke, my throat was dry and my heart was racing. The clock read 2:08 a.m., 1 minute past. The notebook lay where I'd left it, closed, its outline a soft wedge in the dark. I reached over and flipped on the lamp. The sudden light made my vision swim. Dust motes rose in the air, spinning lazily. With hands that were steadier than I felt, I opened the notebook to the last page. 42 full groups. My gaze ran down the lines. Where there had been 2 lone tallies the night before, there was now a full set of 7. 2 more vertical lines had joined the first 2. A diagonal slash cut through them, completing the group. 2 more tallies stood next to it, the start of the next. I stared. My first thought was stupidly practical. You miscounted before. You forgot a mark. You're tired. You're remembering wrong. I grabbed my phone from the nightstand, thumb slipping a little on the screen. The photos were still there, under recents. I opened the first one. Grainy, sure, but clear enough. 42 full groups, 2 lone lines. I pinched and zoomed, dragging the bottom of the image up until the last row filled the screen. 2. I lowered the phone and looked at the page again. 7. The graphite strokes of the new lines were as faint as the old ones, not freshly dark, not obviously different. If I hadn't had the photo, I could have convinced myself they'd always been there and I'd simply misremembered. But they weren't. They hadn't. My heartbeat thudded in my ears, loud enough that I almost didn't hear the faint sound from the hallway. The building's elevator cable whined, the car starting a slow climb. A second later, the elevator dinged somewhere below. Once, twice. I sat there on the edge of my bed, notebook in one hand, phone in the other, and listened to the sounds of the building settle. The door opened down the hall, closed. Water ran through pipes for a few seconds, then stopped. Somewhere above me, a faint tap, tap, tap echoed. Maybe someone dropping something. Maybe someone crossing their bedroom floor. None of it was unusual. Not on its own. What felt unusual was the sensation that all those little sounds were aware, like they were all part of some larger pattern I couldn't see. I turned the notebook so the lamplight caught the pencil. The cuts into the paper where the new lines had been drawn were shallow, indistinguishable from the old ones. There was no smudging, no graphite residue on the opposite page like you'd get if something fresh had been pressed on it and then closed. No way to tell how long they'd been there, except for the fact that I had proof they hadn't been there yesterday. The apartment door was locked. I checked it anyway. Deadbolt turned, chain latched, peephole showing the same dim hallway. The tiny red LED on my doorbell camera was lit, watching the outside like it was supposed to. I went back to the bedroom, notebook in hand, and sat down on the bed again. Technology is supposed to make you feel safer. I opened the doorbell cam app on my phone, thumb shaking only slightly now. The last recorded motion alert was from earlier that evening, when I'd come back from taking out the trash. Me, in a hoodie, carrying a tied-off black bag, looking tired and older than I'd thought. No clips after that. Nothing at 2:07 a.m. Nothing at 1, call. Nothing since 9:42 the previous night. Nobody in or out. I backed out of the app, half expecting to see some new notification pop up to contradict me. The screen stayed blank. I looked down at the notebook again. If someone had snuck into my apartment while I slept, bypassing the lock and the camera, tiptoeing past my bed to sit there and quietly, lovingly, complete a set of tallies in the pages of a stranger's book, That was one kind of horror. If no one had, and the marks had still appeared, that was worse. I tried, briefly, to come up with a rational explanation. Maybe I'd started drawing the next tallies out in the woods and forgotten, finishing them half asleep back home. Maybe, in some fugue state, I'd gotten up, opened the notebook, made 5 tiny lines, and then put it back, my conscious mind none the wiser. The photos killed that theory. The image from the night before stared up at me. 2 tallies. The page in my hand stared back. 7. No, I said quietly, more to myself than to anything that might be listening. No, that's not how this works. I flipped back a few pages, scanning for any other differences, any other shifts I might have missed. The earlier tallies looked unchanged. Same clusters, same spacing. If the notebook had been updating itself all along, it had either done a flawless job of maintaining consistency, or I'd never really been paying close enough attention before to tell. I closed it slowly, the cover making that soft, tired whump, and set it on the nightstand. Sleep was laughable at that point. I sat there until the sky outside the window went from black to dark, gray, to a lighter, washed-out version of morning. The roofs of the buildings across the way appeared by degrees, chimneys and vents solidifying. The streetlights clicked off one by one, their orange halos fading. The clock rolled over from 3:59 to 4 by to 4:01. The heating kicked on with a hollow, familiar rush. In the duct above my head, something creaked, then tapped. 1, 2, 3. Pause. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. Whatever had been tallying days in a notebook in a rotting tent, whatever had carved marks into pine bark in a clearing no one uses anymore, whatever walked barefoot in circles around a stranger's camp and tugged at zippers, it wasn't done. Distance didn't matter. Town or wilderness, truck or tent, it didn't seem to care. You walk out of the trees, you drive home, you shut your door, and lock all 3 locks and tell yourself you're safe. But if you've been counted once, you don't get to decide when the counting stops. There's a particular kind of exhaustion that doesn't hit your muscles first. It hits your browser history. The morning after the tally marks changed in the notebook, I didn't bother pretending I was going to sleep again. I made coffee, I barely tasted, sat down at my desk, and opened my laptop like it was an altar, and I was bringing offerings. The light from the screen threw that pale blue, sickly glow across the apartment. Outside, Bozeman was doing its regular morning impression. Cars with frost breathing on their windshields, a bus sighing at the stop, some guy scraping ice with a credit card because he'd lost his scraper again. Inside, I typed the URL I'd had bookmarked since before the trip. The old backcountry forum where I'd found the Helena Lewis and Clark suggestion in the first place. The site looked exactly like it had weeks earlier. Like it had looked years earlier, probably. No dark mode. No fancy animations. Just a white background, blue hyperlinks, and usernames that were mostly variations on Trail Junkie and Elk Hunter 94. I clicked into the Montana backcountry section first, fingers moving almost automatically. I told myself I was just fact-checking, seeing if anyone had posted anything about weird footprints, missing tents, or creepy whisperers in the woods. The thread where I'd found my clearing was still there. Unofficial spots. Helena Lewis and Clark. Use at own risk. My anonymous benefactor, some user named Timberline, had written his directions in broken bullet points and half sentences, the way people do when they assume everyone reading knows the area already. Old Service Spur Off, FS 214. Look for the rusted gatepost. Overgrown but drivable if your rig has clearance. Clearing near dry creek bed. Great stars. No services. Underneath, the same list of been there, watch for blowdowns, and I got my Subaru stuck LOL replies. Nothing about bare footprints and circles. Nothing about tents that disappear without leaving an imprint. I scrolled, eyeing the timestamps. Most of the posts were old, 2018, 2019. One from last summer that just said, place is still there, still quiet. Spooked my dog though. That made something in me shiver, but it wasn't enough to make a case out of. I backed out to the main page and started casting the net wider. Strange experiences in the backcountry. Anyone ever feel watched camping solo? Creepiest thing you've ever seen miles from a trailhead? The threads multiplied. For a while, it was almost comforting. A guy in Idaho who'd heard shrieking foxes all night and thought it was banshees until he saw one. A woman in Utah who woke up to find a herd of elk surrounding her tent, silently staring, their breath steaming in the moonlight. Someone in Alaska swearing they'd heard a human voice singing in the middle of nowhere. No tracks around, no other campsites for miles. We're all scared of the dark, I thought. We just decorate it differently. But the comfort didn't last. At some point, somewhere between my second and third mug of coffee, I found a thread I hadn't seen before. Not Montana. Not even the same subforum. The title made my fingers go cold on the keyboard. CO dispersed site. Dry creek bed. Weird rock stacks. I clicked. The post was from a week ago. Username, grocery graveyard. The name pinged something in the back of my brain. Graveyard shift, grocery store, but I brushed it off as coincidence. Anyone camped off FS3? Something near Buena Vista? Found a killer little clearing with an old dry creek bed. Thought it'd be perfect. Me and 2 friends. Everything was normal until we woke up and our tents had been moved. No joke. We'd pitched them a good ways from the fire ring. Woke up and they'd all been dragged into this triangle around it. Stakes still in. Nothing stolen. Oh, and someone left 4 rock stacks by each door. Also barefoot prints around camp. I'm not kidding. Anyone heard of weirdos pranking dispersed sites out there? Or like some park worker with a messed up sense of humor? There was more. A few paragraphs of half-joked, half-panicked description. But I barely saw them. Dry creek bed. Dispersed site. Rock stacked. The words felt like echoes of my own thoughts, just slightly misaligned and a state away. A couple of replies had trickled in. Probably some bored locals. People do weird art stuff with rocks. Sounds like you had visitors playing a joke. Still creepy, though. The original poster had replied again. We're all heavy sleepers, but that night felt wrong, like we'd been sedated or something. No one remembers hearing a thing. I leaned back in my chair, suddenly aware of my pulse in my throat. Colorado, Montana, different forests, different clearings, same something. I scrolled further down the thread, eyes scanning the replies. Near the bottom, someone had dropped a link with no commentary beyond. This vid made me think of your post. Stones, plus tents. The URL was for YouTube. Title, 3 disturbing camping stories, alone in the woods. The thumbnail was the usual horror YouTube fare. Oversaturated nighttime forest, big red text, and a dude's shadowy silhouette. Normally, I would have rolled my eyes and clicked past, mentally sorting it into the embellished for clicks category. I clicked. The video started with the familiar black screen. the equally familiar monotone narrator voice coming in over low, ominous background music. American accent, neutral, somewhere between bored and hypnotic. The kind of voice you can listen to for hours without noticing how much time has passed. Tonight, the narrator said, we're going to be looking at 3 disturbing true camping stories sent in by viewers. My cursor hovered over the pause button. I almost backed out. True. Right. And yet, I didn't click away. Something in me wanted to hear what strangers had decided to call true. The first story was about groceries. My stomach sank the second the narrator started talking. This first story comes from a guy who used to work the graveyard shift at a grocery store in Denver. Denver. Graveyard shift. Grocery store. The username on the forum thread floated back to me. Grocery graveyard. I sat up straighter, the chair creaking under me. The story rolled out in that smooth, measured style all these channels seem to share. Just enough detail to make it feel real. Just enough pacing to stretch your nerves. Night shift lights, buzzing fluorescents, stacking shelves at 3 a.m., talking to coworkers about getting away, a camping app, a dispersed site outside Buena Vista with a dry creek bed and free spots and no cell service. I already knew the beats of where it was going, thanks to the forum post, but hearing it in someone else's voice, framed as entertainment, was a different animal. I listened as the narrator described the 3 friends driving out after their shift. The gravel road shaking their car, the isolation of the clearing. I could practically see it in my head. The tents going up, beer cans hissing open, the fire popping. Then came the part that made my fingers clamp down on the sides of my chair. He says he's always been a light sleeper, the voice on the video said. Wakes up to the fridge turning off in his apartment. Never sleeps straight through, especially not outside. But that night, he says he blinked and it was morning. I swallowed. Heavy sleep. Like being drugged. I knew that feeling. The way your brain looks at the gap in your memory and can't fill it. The video's narrator kept going. When he unzipped his tent and looked out, he realized something was wrong immediately. All 3 tents had been moved. Not just bumped, not knocked around by wind. Moved. They were now arranged in a perfect triangle around the fire ring. On screen, the video showed some stock footage of tents in the woods. Someone had edited triangle graphics over them. They found drag marks in the dirt from where the tents had originally been pitched, leading to where they were now. But the marks stopped a few feet short, like something had picked them up and set them down the rest of the way. Around the clearing, they saw bare footprints, different sizes, none of them theirs. Bare footprints, different sizes. I could almost feel the chilled dirt of the clearing under my own boots again, the way the prints had sunk in deeper in some places. The story went on. The stacks of 4 stones in front of each tent door, balanced in careful little towers. The friends checking their gear and realizing nothing was missing. The creeping realization that whoever had done this wasn't after their stuff. The channel added a little bit of dramatization. Some eerie sound effects when the narrator mentioned the stones falling. A low rumble to mimic the sound the original storyteller said he'd heard when one stack toppled. But underneath the YouTube seasoning, the core was the same. Tents moved, rocks stacked, bare footprints, silent night where sleep lasted too deep, too long. I felt my skin tighten. Different forest, different state, different person. Same sign. I scrubbed a hand over my face, feeling the stubble rasp against my palm. When the video shifted into the second story, the transitions were seamless. This next story comes from a 23-year-old viewer in North Carolina. The narrator's voice dipped, like he was settling into a slightly different groove. Simon and his girlfriend Cadence had been together for about a year and a half. Things had gotten comfortable, too comfortable, so they decided to try and shake things up with a weekend camping trip in Uwharrie National Forest. A new set of stock images rolled: humid forests, dirt roads, old wooden signs. I listened as the story laid out their routine rut: Netflix, takeout, small arguments, and their desire to go somewhere with no service. The description of the drive matched what I knew from the transcript I'd read. The rough road in, the scattered sights, the blue sedan parked alone. Then Aiden came in. The narrator described him the way Simon had: early 30s, intense eye contact, solo camper who claimed he wanted to get away from people even as he stood in their sight making conversation. The way his focus snapped to Cadence, how Simon had felt himself fade into the background. On screen, the video showed a shadowy figure at the edge of a campsite just outside the range of the firelight. You couldn't see his face, just the suggestion of a person. My fingers tapped an anxious rhythm on the desk without me telling them to. Night fell in the story. Simon woke up to the sound of voices outside the tent. Two people talking quietly, close enough to hear the cadence, if not the words. When he unzipped the flap and stuck his head out, the talking stopped instantly. The channel's editor had put in a soft, barely there murmur on the audio track during this part, one that cut dead when the narrator said, "He says the second he poked his head out, the voices went silent." I thought of my own tent, my own zipper, the sudden hush when I'd spoken. The next day in the story, Simon found a note on his windshield, written on a napkin: "You should move your tent." That line hit so hard I almost laughed, a short, humorless burst. Like the universe had decided subtlety was overrated and just gone straight for the warning label. The video continued, unfazed by my reaction. Aiden returned to their site and seemed genuinely concerned. He talked about weird stuff happening in the woods, abandoned campsites, belongings scattered. Then came the slashed tire, the refusal of a ride, the promise to call the police. And then, of course, the three figures in the trees. I knew that part. I'd read the transcript. I'd seen it spelled out in plain text. But hearing it described, with the narrator's voice dipping lower, with the faint rustle of edited-in forest sounds, that was different. Simon says, as they drove out, headlights bouncing on the narrow road, he glanced to his right and saw three figures standing among the trees. Not hiding, not running, just standing there, like they were waiting. He only saw them for a second, long enough to be sure, long enough for his girlfriend to grab his arm and scream at him to drive. Three figures, not hiding. The footage on the video changed to a shot of three vague silhouettes deep between tree trunks, barely visible. Pan and zoom, the editor trying to pull your gaze farther in than the pixels wanted to go. The narrator wrapped up the story with Simon's 911 call and the lack of follow-up, the lingering guilt, the unease that stuck to him. Somewhere between the note and the three figures, my coffee had gone cold. I stared at the progress bar, crawling slowly across the bottom of the video. 2 stories down, 1 to go. I already knew, in my gut, what the pattern was. Stone stacks, bare footprints, strange visitors at night. Warnings, either blunt, like a napkin note, or more abstract, like tents being moved into shapes. Activity clustering in that weird slice of the night between 2 and 3 a.m. That nauseating sensation of being observed and quantified, counted, like someone being very deliberate with their attention. The channel's narrator moved on, his tone unchanged, professional. This last story takes us deep into the Montana backcountry. I paused the video. The thumbnail froze on a generic image of some pine trees. I sat there, mouse hovering, breathing. It wasn't my story. Not yet. It was some other guy's divorced misery and tally tent. But the fact that the first 2 stories existed at all, that there were other people who'd encountered stone stacks and silent watchers and weird counting sensations out under the trees, it made what had happened to me feel less like a hallucination and more like a thread. Something larger weaving through the woods, occasionally hooking into people's lives and then letting go. I scrolled down to the description beneath the video. At the bottom, past sponsor links and mildly desperate pleas for likes and subscribes, there it was. If you have a true story you'd like to share, you can email me at... I stared at the email address. My first instinct was to scoff. True. Right. Even if every single one of these storytellers believed what they were saying, I knew how memory worked, how embellishment worked, how a lonely night outside could make a twig falling sound like a demon claw. But what else was I going to call it? What word do you use for something that definitely happened to you that you wish hadn't? Fake? My notebook said otherwise. The tallies on the tree said otherwise. The new marks on the page said otherwise. I scrolled back up to the video, hit play again, and listened to the channel's version of the Montana story. The divorced guy with too much time in his head, the old olive tent, the notebook full of sevens, the whispers and scratching at the zipper. Listen to a slightly cleaned up version of my own fear. By the time the video ended, my cursor was already hovering over the contact email. If nothing else, I thought, if I wrote it all down and sent it to some horror channel for strangers to listen to while they cleaned their kitchens or drove to work, maybe it would become a story, something that belonged more to them than to me. Maybe that would make it smaller. I opened a new email draft. The empty body of the message blinked at me, waiting. My fingers hovered over the keys. I don't know if you'll read this on your channel, I typed, but I work remote IT out of Bozeman, and I think whatever touched your last 2 stories isn't done yet. I paused, listening. The apartment hummed around me. The fridge motor kicked on. A car door slammed in the lot below. Somewhere, a dog barked once, then settled. I kept typing. You can't live on horror and coffee alone, no matter what the internet tries to tell you. At some point, you have to go buy groceries. 2 days after I started drafting the email, because it took me that long to decide how much to include and how crazy I was willing to sound to a stranger, I found myself standing in the parking lot of the same supermarket I'd been coming to for years. It was a Tuesday, late morning. The sky was that weird, bleached-out blue you get when winter's thinking about settling in, but hasn't committed yet. My breath fogged just enough to notice. I pushed an empty cart toward the entrance, the front right wheel squeaking faintly on every rotation. The automatic doors sighed open, breathing out a wave of overwarm, artificially perfumed air. Detergent from the cleaning aisle, sugar from the bakery, something acidic from the produce misters. Humans shuffled in and out with reusable bags and tired expressions. If you'd paused the scene and asked any of them if there was anything wrong in the world, they'd probably have said yes, but not the kind of wrong I was thinking of. The store was busy enough that I had to cross behind a steady trickle of cars. I zigzagged through the lot, eyes tracking so I didn't end up as a hood ornament. There's a concrete pillar near the front of the building. One of those thick posts they put near entrances to keep vehicles from ramming the doors. I'd walked past it hundreds of times without really seeing it. It was just there. Background. Today, my brain decided to see it. I think it was the angle. A car had just backed out of the space nearest to it, leaving it fully exposed. The sunlight hit the lower half at just the right slant to bring out every scratch, every discoloration. For whatever reason, my eyes snagged on a set of lines about knee-high. 4 vertical, 1 diagonal. I stopped. The cart's squeaking wheel protested as it halted. At first, I told myself it was just random damage. Trucks bump these things all the time, scraping paint, leaving rubber, kids with keys, drunk college students with nothing better to do than carve their initials into public property. But as I stepped closer, the pattern sharpened. 4 vertical lines, a slash, a tiny space, 4 more vertical lines, a slash, another set, and another. 7 in a neat horizontal row. 7 more beneath them. I wasn't breathing. I realized that only when my chest started to ache. Up close, I could see the edges of the marks clearly. These weren't casual, lazy scratches. Someone had leaned in with something sharp, knife, chisel, screwdriver, and dug into the concrete with pressure. Small flecks of the gray surface had chipped away, scattering down the pillar. The grooves were narrow, but deep, the kind that would catch dirt and shadow, making them visible from further away. I reached out, then stopped my hand just short of touching them. My heart hammered against my ribs. It was the same hand motion I'd used at the pine tree. Groups of 7, 2 rows perfectly full, a 3rd row partially finished. I counted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, 14, 21, 28, 35, 42. The old familiar number sat there like a stone in my throat. On the row beneath, there was another set, almost complete. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 vertical strokes. No diagonal slash. Not yet. 6. My hand dropped back to my side slowly. The edge of the nearest grocery cart rack dug into my hip, unnoticed. A car rolled past behind me, tires crunching on the last patches of old snow. Somewhere, somebody laughed. A kid argued with their parent about candy, their high-pitched voice bouncing off the glass storefront. Normal. 6. The part of my brain that still wanted to be rational started whispering excuses. Graffiti. Someone bored. Somebody's idea of a weird art project. A coincidence. Tallies show up everywhere. In prison movies, bored teenagers' notebooks, tick marks counting down days to graduation in some classroom desk. Maybe someone who worked at the store had been counting how many times they'd had to scrape gum off carts and just decided to vent on a pillar. I tried to swallow that explanation. It went down about as well as dry bread. Because if it had been random, it wouldn't have been so familiar. Same grouping, same arrangement, same numbers. 42 complete, 6 toward 43. The clearing, the tree, the notebook, they all stacked up behind my eyes, overlaid with the pillar in front of me like some grotesque augmented reality filter. Someone behind me said, "Excuse me," and I jerked sideways, realizing I'd been standing there blocking the path. "Sorry," I muttered, letting the other shoppers squeeze past with their full cart. When I looked back at the pillar, A dark SUV was turning into the nearest spot. It pulled in fast, a little too close, and then stopped. The driver swung their door open, effectively cutting off my line of sight to the marks. It was such an ordinary motion. Someone getting out of their car, adjusting their scarf, hitting the lock button. My skin crawled. I didn't wait around for the space to clear. I pushed my cart toward the automatic doors, their glass yawning open. Inside, the fluorescent lights were almost painfully bright after the parking lot gray. Pop music floated down from speakers hidden somewhere in the ceiling. A kid pushed one of those mini carts with the plastic flag, nearly clipping my ankle. I walked through the aisles in a daze, grabbing items on autopilot. Milk, eggs, bread, coffee. Behind the normal labels and prices and sale tags, my mind kept returning to the pillar. 7 groups of 7. One group with 6. Had I triggered a new line when I'd walked into that clearing in Montana? Had someone else's encounter finished 42 and mine started 43? Or had those tallies been here long before I got back, waiting for someone like me to learn how to see them? By the time I got to the checkout, my heart rate had mostly settled. My hands still felt buzzy on the handles of the cart, though, like they belonged to someone a half-second removed from my own experience. The cashier scanned my items in that mechanical rhythm all cashiers seem to learn. Beep, swipe, bag rustle, beep, swipe, bag. Conveyor belt hummed, jerking forward in small starts. I counted, quiet, in my head. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I told myself I was only doing it to prove I could stop. The bagger slid my last item into place and pushed the cart toward me with a nod. Have a good one, they said. Yeah, I answered. You too. Outside, the sky had shifted to that flat white that promises snow and rarely delivers. I didn't look at the pillar on the way back to my car. Didn't need to. Whether I saw the marks again or not, whether some bored teenager scrubbed them off with a wire brush later that week, whether the store painted over them or they crumbled in the next freeze-thaw cycle, it didn't matter. I'd seen enough. The clearing in Montana, the site in Colorado, the campground in North Carolina, the tent that vanished without an imprint, the note that said, "You should move your tent," the stone stacks in front of doors, the bare footprints circling, tallies in notebooks, tallies on trees, tallies on concrete pillars in grocery store parking lots in the middle of town, nowhere near any trailhead. It was all the same handwriting on different surfaces. By the time I got home and carried my bags up the stairs, I'd made a quiet, uneasy decision. I was going to finish the email, not because I thought telling the story would protect me, not because I thought a horror channel with a couple 100,000 subscribers could somehow fight whatever was out there, because one thing had become very clear. You don't need to be in the woods to be counted. You just need to have walked through the wrong clearing at the wrong hour while the wrong eyes were open. And once your number's written down, you're on the list whether you acknowledge it or not. The night I finally sat down to write the email, the apartment felt like a computer lab after everyone's gone home. Too much blue light. Too much quiet that isn't really quiet. I didn't plan it like some big event. There wasn't a moment where I stood in the middle of the living room and declared, "Okay, now I'm going to document my trauma for strangers on the internet." It was smaller than that. I'd made dinner I barely tasted, microwaved leftovers eaten standing at the counter, washed exactly 1 fork and 1 plate, let them dry in the rack, then wandered toward my desk because there was nowhere else to wander to, and sat down because that's what I always do at that hour. The laptop woke up as soon as I tapped the trackpad, screen blooming from black into my wallpaper, a stock photo of some mountain range I'd never actually visited, all dramatic ridgelines and sunset light. For a second, my brain tried to appreciate it the way it used to. Then it swapped in the image of a real clearing, under a real sky, with a real notebook in my hand and a squirrel swinging on a line. I opened the browser first, muscle memory. Inbox, news, a tab with the backcountry forum still open. The YouTube video I'd already watched 3 times today was paused on a frame of someone else's nightmare. 3 stories, 3 different people, 1 pattern. The contact email sat at the bottom of the description like a little trapdoor. If you have a true story you'd like to share. My cursor hovered, then dropped to the dock. I clicked on my email client instead. New message. A blank window popped up in the middle of the screen, white and empty, the blinking cursor in the top left corner like a tiny pulse. 2. I typed the horror channel's address first. Then, after a strange pause, another one. The security guard in Phoenix. I still had his email from the thread where he'd replied to some lucky hiker about parking lot cameras and overnight parking rules. We'd traded a couple messages since. Short, cautious notes comparing tallies and timestamps. If anyone would understand what I was about to say, it would be the guy who'd watched stone stacks appear and disappear on his monitor like glitches. The 2 line looked too full. I swallowed. The blue light from the screen washed over everything in front of me. The cheap desk, the faded mug, my own hands. Behind the laptop, the apartment was swallowed in shadow. The only other glow came from the stove clock in the kitchen, throwing a faint greenish square on the cabinet above it. My laptop fan hummed at a low, steady speed. Not straining, not overheated, just there. Subject line. I typed, story for your channel. The tally tint. It looked dramatic. That embarrassed me for half a second. Then I realized I didn't care. If anything deserved a capitalized title, it was that clearing. I moved down into the body of the email. The first sentence is always the worst. In everything. Job applications, breakup texts, confessions. I stared at the cursor for long enough that my eyes started to sting, then finally let my fingers move. This was 2 days ago. I stopped, then added, I work remote IT out of Bozeman, Montana. I thought I could handle a week alone in the Helena Lewis and Clark National Forest. There. That sounded plausible. Enough context without oversharing. I kept going. I'm not new to camping. I'm not some guy who decided to go LARP into the wild because a podcast told him to. I've hunted with my dad since I was old enough to carry a .22. I've been in storms, seen bears, had a moose wander through camp. None of that bothered me. This did. As I typed, something in me loosened. Just a little. The words weren't coming out polished. They weren't in story mode yet. They stumbled, doubled back on themselves. I backspaced and rephrased a few sentences, but mostly I just poured. I wrote about the divorce in 3 blunt lines, more as explanation than plea for sympathy. About the noise of my apartment, the elevator, the TV, the dishwasher, that had made me feel like my brain was a jar somebody wouldn't stop tapping on. I wrote about the forum and the coordinates, about my stupid, hopeful faith that if I went somewhere very quiet, the noise in my head would finally calm down. Then I described the road, highway to county route to Forest Service Road, to something that barely qualified as a track. The overgrown spur, the branches I had to get out and drag aside, the way my GPS had thrown its metaphorical hands up. As I typed, small, specific details came back. The way dust had billowed in the rearview mirror like smoke. The little popping sound when the truck's suspension flexed over rocks. I wrote, I knew I was in the right place before I even got out of the truck. Not because of anything mystical, just because it looked like the generic picture in all our heads when we think secluded campsite. Tree ring, clearing, sky. Then I saw the other tent. My fingers hesitated over the keys, then committed. Old olive canvas, sagging a little, faded to that particular shade of green-brown that only exists on gear from the 80s and army surplus bins. It sat on the far side of the clearing, like it had been there long enough to forget what being moved felt like. The laptop fan picked up half a notch, a barely audible change in pitch. The kind of thing you wouldn't even notice if you didn't spend most of your waking hours 3 feet away from it. I kept typing. Inside the tent, the smell, thick and sweet and wrong. The empty sleeping bag, the rusted soup cans tipped over in a corner, the notebook. I described the covers, warped with moisture, the way the pages had felt when I flipped through them, rougher than they looked, fuzzed at the edges. I put the tallies into words. Every page was full of tally marks, groups of 7, 4 vertical, 1 diagonal, over and over. No names, no dates, no day 1, arrived at camp, just counting. At some point, I stopped thinking about the fact that I was writing to someone. It became more like talking to myself, the way you do in a therapist's office, only cheaper and with worse lighting. I wrote about the decision to camp at the same clearing anyway, about telling myself the tent was old and abandoned, that whoever had left it there was long gone, about the Remington 700 and the bear spray, and the way those objects had felt like talismans when night started to fall. Then I wrote about the whispers. Even typing the word made my jaw tighten. I'm a heavy sleeper. I say that because it takes a lot to wake me up, but whatever pulled me out of sleep that night wasn't a vague sense of unease. It was sound, not animals. I know what elk sound like. I know what a fox sounds like when it screams. This was words. I woke up because I realized I was listening to people talking just outside my tent. My fingers slowed, each keystroke deliberate. 2 or 3 voices, close enough that the nylon between us might as well have been tissue paper. I couldn't make out the words, just the cadence, the way they rose and fell like they were debating something. Every time one voice paused, another picked up, like they were picking their way through a list together. I described the footsteps circling my tent, the weight of the rifle in my hands, the tug on the zipper that hadn't budged because of the plastic clips I'd fastened. I put in the moment when the scratching started, the knife-edge balance between firing through the fabric and waiting. I told them I had a gun. My voice cracked. I'm not proud of that, but I'm being honest. They stopped. For maybe 2 seconds, everything went dead. Then the footsteps started again, this time moving away. The worst part was that they didn't all go in the same direction. When I wrote that sentence, the hairs on my arms lifted, though the room hadn't gotten any colder. I pushed through the part about morning, the missing tent, the prints, the tallies on the tree, neat and freshly cut, the squirrel. I skimmed over the details of the dead animal as lightly as I could while still being honest. I've hunted since I was a kid. Dead animals don't shock me, But this one wasn't about food. Someone had gone out of their way to hang that squirrel at eye level, right next to the fresh tally marks. Nothing random about it. It felt staged, like a visual aid for slow learners. By the time I got to the part about packing up and backing out of the clearing, the words were coming in bursts, my hands starting to cramp. I described the figures in the mirror in one short paragraph, not trusting myself to linger there. When I checked the rear view midway down the spur, I saw 3 or 4 figures standing where my tent had been. Too far to see faces, just shapes. They didn't run, didn't hide. One of them lifted an arm like they were raising a hand in class. I didn't stay long enough to see if they started counting on their fingers. I forced a shaky laugh at my own attempt at dark humor and immediately stopped. The sound too loud in the empty room. The email kept growing. I moved on to coming home, to the dreams, to the notebook on the shelf, suddenly having more lines than it used to the fact that I could prove it, with photos on my phone and fresh graphite scars on the paper. Part of me wondered, as I typed, what the YouTube guy on the other end would think. Would he believe I had pictures? Would he ask for them? Would he assume I'd faked them in Photoshop? Or would he, like so many commenters under his videos, shrug and type, "Creepy if true," then move on? I was halfway through a sentence about the tally marks changing. The last time I looked in the notebook in the woods, the 43rd set had 2 lines. When I checked it in my apartment, there were 7. When something tapped the wall, 3 soft knocks directly behind the laptop screen. I froze, hands hovering above the keys. If it had been louder, I might have jumped. If it had been irregular, I might have written it off as some neighbor slamming a door or dropping something heavy. It wasn't. It was small, precise, almost polite. Tap, tap, tap. There was a section of wall right there that backed up against the vacant unit next door. I knew for a fact nobody lived there. The landlord had slapped a "for rent" sign on the downstairs entrance a week ago and complained about tenant turnover when I ran into him by the mailboxes. I waited. Nothing. The laptop fan kept whirring in the same low, steady rhythm. On the screen, the half-finished sentence stared at me. I glanced at the clock in the corner of the display. 2:06 a.m. Of course. My mouse cursor drifted up to the little speaker icon on the taskbar almost on its own. I hadn't realized I still had music playing. One of those ambient mixes from YouTube, deep focus, relaxing rain, and synth, or something equally generic. It had been a soft background wash of sound while I wrote, a way to keep the apartment's hollowness at bay. I clicked pause. The room shivered into a deeper quiet. The fridge hummed. Somewhere in the building, a pipe ticked as hot water flowed. A car outside rolled past with a low, muffled whoosh. Then, tap. A 4th knock. Same place, same pitch. Like a finger, or knuckle, or something else that could make that sound. Touching drywall. I pushed my chair back, the legs scraping the cheap vinyl mat. For half a second, I considered knocking back. 3 taps in the same rhythm, like kids do through bathroom stalls to let each other know they're in on the joke. The idea made my skin crawl. Instead, I stood up and stepped around the desk, putting myself between the laptop and the wall. The paint was the same off-white as the rest of the apartment, slightly scuffed near the baseboards where years of tenants had bumped chairs and boxes. Up at eye level, you could see faint roller streaks. I laid my palm flat against it. Cold. No obvious vibrations. No murmur of voices from next door. If there was someone on the other side of that wall, They were holding very still. I leaned closer, the corner of the desk digging into my hip, and pressed my ear to the drywall. Nothing. Just the fuzzy, indistinct rush of blood in my own head. I stayed there for a good 30 seconds, long enough that the pose started to hurt my neck. No more tapping. No whispered, "Hello." No fingers scratching back. Just the ordinary, indifferent noises of a building that had no idea who lived inside it. I pulled away slowly, half expecting to see some mark on the wall where the knocks had been. A dent, a crack. A new set of tally marks, shallow and gray. The paint was unremarkable. I turned back toward the desk. The laptop screen was still on, the email still open, the cursor waiting patiently at the end of the sentence. For some reason, my gaze snagged on the battery icon in the lower right corner, 34%. As I watched, it ticked down to 33%. The timing was probably nothing more than coincidence. Battery percentages don't fall in real time. They drop in jumps when software decides the number has changed enough to bother updating. Still, tap, 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 33%. 4 units of something. 3 on the wall, 1 on the screen. It was such a stupid, tiny thing compared to everything else that had happened that I almost laughed. Then I remembered how many nights I'd woken up at 2:07 a.m. without setting an alarm. How many times sounds had grouped themselves into neat little sets of 7 without my help. I went back to my chair and sat down, the cushion sighing under my weight. My hands found the home keys again, muscle memory reasserting itself. I read the last paragraph of what I'd written. The last time I looked in the notebook in the woods, the 43rd set had 2 lines. When I checked it in my apartment, there were 7. I have photos from before and after. I don't know what that means. I don't know if it's counting days or people or nights. I just know I wasn't the one who filled it in. The words looked flat on the screen, stripped of the cold spike I felt in my chest when I thought about it. I added, "I'm not asking you to fix it. I know that's not what you do. I just need someone else to know this isn't just a pattern in my own head, that it's the same thing your other 2 stories ran into. Whatever it is, it counts. It marks. It leaves signs, stones, tallies, footprints, dead things displayed like warnings. And when it notices you, it doesn't seem to care whether you're in the woods or at home." I paused, fingers hovering. Then I wrote one more line. "The worst part is, I don't think it stops counting just because you leave." As soon as I typed it, a tide of something, I don't know if it was relief or panic, rose in me. The email was long enough to be an episode on its own if the guy running the channel decided he wanted it. There were probably too many details. Some sentences fell over themselves, but it was all there. The clearing, the old tent, the notebook, the whispers, the circle of footprints, the tallies on the tree, the squirrel, the dreams, the notebook changing, the pillar at the grocery store. My entire private horror boiled down into neat, shareable paragraphs. I scrolled back to the top and skimmed it, watching the scroll bar thumb move down the side. It took a while. I had written more than I'd realized. At the bottom, the cursor pulsed. My mouse drifted to the corner of the window. The send button glowed a polite digital blue. I hovered over it, index finger resting on the trackpad. The gentle friction of plastic against skin suddenly very obvious. One little tap. That's all it would take. One click, and my story would fly out through routers and cables to 2 inboxes. Some horror YouTubers and a night shift security guards. They'd open it whenever they opened their mail. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe a week from now. They'd read about the clearing, the tallies, the squirrel, and they'd know they weren't alone. I'd know I wasn't alone. That was the point, right? To connect the dots between us. To prove there was a pattern. I could feel my heart pounding in my fingertips. That weird acoustics of anxiety. The thought came in sideways, not fully formed, more sensation than language. If you send this, you're not just telling them. You're acknowledging it. To whatever's listening. You're drawing a circle around your own name on the list and underlining it in red. My rational brain pushed back. Come on. It doesn't care about email. It doesn't care about the internet. It doesn't care what you say about it on some channel. It's trees and stones and whispers. It's not... I didn't finish the sentence. Because somewhere, under all the rationalizations, that same animal part of me that had insisted on packing up in the clearing, the one that had slammed the gas pedal when I saw the figures in the mirror, whispered something else. It already knows you know. It knows you watched the video. It knows you saw the pillar. It knows you're writing this. The backs of my eyes prickled. A stupid image flashed through my mind. The notebook on my nightstand, closed, its cover facing up, pages hidden, but not unread. I pictured fingers, long, thin, any shape you like, turning those pages when I wasn't looking, not leaving ink, not leaving graphite, leaving pressure, keeping track. The laptop screen reflected faintly in the dark window across from my desk. For a strange second, it looked like there was another room on the other side of the glass, another version of me sitting there, staring back. My index finger pressed down, but not on send. I hit Control Play. Every word I'd poured onto the screen turned blue. My heart jumped into my throat, surprised at my own betrayal. I could feel both impulses warring inside me. The desperate desire to be heard, to be believed, and the equally desperate desire to duck, to make myself small, to stop waving my experience around like a flare. In the silence, a car drove by outside, tires hissing on wet pavement. Somewhere deep in the building, the elevator cables whined. 1 ding. 2. I watched the highlighted text shimmer slightly on the screen. The blue overlay flattening paragraphs into blocks. My thumb pressed down on the backspace key. The entire email vanished. The screen went blank. For a moment, there was a phantom afterimage of text, the way you still see a bright shape if you stare too long at a light bulb. Then even that faded. The cursor blinked in an empty white box. I sat there, breathing shallowly, the backspace key still depressed under my thumb, like a trigger I hadn't realized I was squeezing. I let go. The key popped back up with a tiny plastic click. On the wall behind the laptop, nothing knocked. For a few seconds, or minutes, time felt strange. I just sat and stared at the blank draft. My pulse thundered in my ears, loud enough to mask the minor sounds of the apartment. Then very slowly, I moved the mouse up to the little X in the corner of the window. The cursor trembled just enough that I had to correct it once before I landed on it. Close. The email client popped up a polite little prompt. Do you want to save this draft? The yes button glowed. Default selected. I stared at the word save. The animal part of my brain bared its teeth. No. I slid the cursor over and clicked discard. The window went away. My inbox filled the screen again. A familiar list of subject lines. Work tickets, spam, a newsletter I never read. Nothing new. Nothing alarming. Nothing that said, we're watching you. I snapped the laptop shut like I was slamming a lid on something that might boil over. The fan cut off mid-whir. The room dropped into an immediate, deeper quiet without that tiny mechanical breath filling it. Without the screen's blue wash, the apartment took on its true colors. More shadow than light, shapes defined mostly by absence. I stood up. For a second, I didn't know what to do with my hands. They hovered uselessly at my sides, fingers curling and uncurling, looking for a task that wasn't there. I walked to the window. The glass was cold against my fingers when I touched it to pull the blinds up a few inches. The plastic slats rasped softly as they rose. Outside, the parking lot glowed under sodium vapor lamps. Everything washed in that specific tired yellow that makes all colors look sick. My truck sat in its usual spot near the far end, a darker shape amid other darker shapes. The asphalt shone in patches where it had rained earlier, little warped mirrors reflecting the lamplight. A few stray leaves blew lazily along the cracks. At first, I didn't see it. My eyes were still adjusting from the indoor dark, pupils constricting reluctantly. Then the visual noise settled, and there it was. Not under my truck. Under the 1-2 spaces down. A gray pickup I'd seen 100 times but never really paid attention to. Some neighbor's rig with a tool chest in the back. Directly beneath its front bumper, between the 2 front tires, someone had arranged 4 small stones in a neat stack. Not big rocks, just parking lot gravel from the looks of it. Chips of concrete and aggregate, dirty and irregular. But they were balanced. One on top of the other. 4 total. The stack was maybe 3 inches high. Easy to miss if you weren't looking for it. Impossible to unsee once you were. My heart didn't drop so much as tilt, like an elevator starting to move. There was no one else in the lot. No smokers huddled by the doors. No one unloading groceries. No random teenagers loitering. Just cars. Lights. The quiet, restless movements of a building and its people behind closed doors. Ordinary. I watched the stones. As if they might topple on their own. They stayed. Off to the right, a motion sensor kicked a light on over the side entrance to the building. Nothing moved in the halo. After a few seconds, it clicked off again. I let the blinds fall back into place, the slats rattling softly as they settled. The room felt smaller when I turned around, like the walls had leaned in a fraction. I didn't turn any more lights on. Instead, I stepped back until the shadows swallowed most of me, leaving only my feet and the edge of the couch in the spill from the window. My laptop sat closed on the desk, a thin black rectangle. The notebook on my nightstand, because of course it was still there, might as well have been a second laptop, full of data I didn't want to scroll through. I spoke very quietly, more to the room than to myself. You don't stop being counted just because you stop talking. The words tasted strange in my mouth, heavy, final. It was the closest thing I had to a conclusion. I wasn't naive enough to think that deleting an email draft would make any difference to whatever liked to stack stones and carve tallies. If anything, it felt more like an act of refusal directed at myself, a choice not to turn my life into content, not to hand my fear over to a stranger with a nice microphone and a monetized channel, to be consumed between ad breaks and shrugged off as, "Good story, bro." It wasn't about safety. It was about ownership. If something out there was keeping a ledger, I didn't have to help it with the paperwork. In another apartment, in another city, maybe somebody else was making a different choice. Maybe a night shift security guard in Phoenix was hitting send on his own email, attaching grainy screenshots of parking lot cameras and stone stacks that appeared and vanished between frames. Maybe a 20-something in North Carolina was composing a message about a man named Aiden, and a napkin that said, "You should move your tent," and 3 figures in the trees that had refused to hide. I wasn't responsible for their stories, just mine. Behind the wall, where I'd heard the knocks, the building settled with a soft creak. Pipes in the ceiling sighed. Somewhere, a neighbor's TV murmured, too low to make out words. I stood in the dimness, listening to the familiar sounds slot themselves into their usual rhythm. Thud, whir, click. Normal. Underneath, almost too soft to hear, something else kept time. It might have been my own heartbeat. It might have been the refrigerator compressor kicking in. It might have been nothing at all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I didn't wait for 7. If you work nights long enough, your body stops believing in days off. Technically, I wasn't on the clock. No uniform, no ID badge clipped to my belt, no radio hissing with forklift calls from the loading dock. The distribution center was a few miles away, a box of concrete and metal humming under a different patch of night. But in my apartment, it still felt like 3 a.m. at work. Same hour, same lighting, same hum. The only light on was the little yellow bulb above the stove, turning the kitchen into a glowing rectangle and leaving the rest of the place in soft shadow. My TV was off. The last thing I wanted on a night off was more noise pretending to be company. The AC rumbled in the wall like a sedated animal, the vents breathing lukewarm air over the living room. Through the thin glass of the sliding door, I could hear I-17 as a low, constant presence, not individual cars, just the blended hiss of tires and muffled engine noise, like the ocean if it was made of rubber and old mufflers. I sat at my tiny dining table with my back to the window, laptop open, the blue-white glow cutting across the faux wood surface. My phone lay face up beside it, screen dark, a rectangle of waiting. Night off, wrong kind of relaxing. Most people I knew from day shifts spent their evenings trying to disconnect from their jobs. I was doing the opposite. I was trying very hard not to think about the one thing that actually scared me, and failing so badly that I kept circling right back to it. I clicked into my email the way some people click into social media. Habit, muscle memory, inbox, 5 unread. 3 were junk, promos, newsletters I never meant to sign up for. 1 was from HR about some new parking policy. The 5th was from Simon. Subject line, "We left someone behind." My stomach tightened. I'd been exchanging emails with him for a few weeks now, ever since that first message hit my inbox, with the subject, "You should have moved your tent." I don't know what I expected from that email at the time. Spam, a troll, maybe a very specific marketing campaign for camping gear. But what I got was a guy in North Carolina who'd had his entire sense of safety rewired by a weekend in Uhori National Forest. We'd both found the same horror channel. We'd both recognized pieces of ourselves in each other's true stories. That kind of thing either makes you bond fast or run. I clicked his email open. The timestamp at the top said 1:42 a.m. Eastern. He was still awake too. Hey, I don't know if update is the right word, but this has been sitting in my head all night, and I need to put it somewhere. Cadence is asleep, and we don't really talk about this anymore. You asked me in your last email if I ever think about Aiden. I shifted in my chair, the wood creaking under me. He'd told me the base version already, enough to make the Horror Channel episode, the blue sedan. The guy appearing at the edge of the firelight without a flashlight. The note tucked under the wiper. You should move your tent. The late night voices. The slashed tire. The three figures standing in the trees as he and his girlfriend drove away. But there's what you send to a YouTube channel, and then there's what you admit to one person. Simon's email went on. It's stupid, but I keep coming back to that tire. I know we've already gone over this, but I can't shake the idea that it wasn't random. Like, if they wanted us, whoever they are, it would have been just as easy to slice our tires. Slashing his feels like, I don't know, a choice. He described the guilt again, in a way that felt heavier than anything he'd said before. The way he watched local news for weeks afterward, bracing for a missing person headline with Aiden's description. The way he kept almost calling the ranger station and hanging up before anyone picked up. He'd finally made that call recently, just like he'd promised he would in one of our earlier messages. I asked about vandalism reports and weird people in the woods. Ranger on the phone sounded tired, like she'd heard every Bigfoot story under the sun. She said no major incidents, just some calls about abandoned campsites. Then she mentioned a single vehicle that had been found near a trailhead, unattended. No formal report made public yet. She wasn't supposed to say even that much. I could almost hear his breath catch in the space between those lines. She didn't say blue sedan. She didn't say Aiden. But my brain filled it in anyway. It feels like we just drove away and left him on someone else's list. My eyes drifted down the text, following his unraveling. He talked about cadence, waking up screaming once a week for a month, blurring Aiden into some kind of perpetrator in order to make him easier to hate than pity. He talked about the small rock stacks he'd started noticing in places they shouldn't be. Garage, office lot, apartment window ledge. He described the voicemail he'd found, buried among spam calls. The timestamp on the voicemail is the night after we got back. Around 2:07 a.m., I let it play on speaker and just heard static. When I put headphones in, I swear I could hear footsteps on leaves and a man counting. It cuts off on 3. My fingers tightened on the edge of the table. 2:07 a.m. The number had become a kind of private profanity between the three of us, even before I'd met the third. I scrolled. I guess what I'm trying to say is, I used to think I was just scared of the woods. I realize now I'm scared of something keeping track in the woods. We left him there, and I don't know if that means he became another tally, or if maybe he was helping add them. Anyway, that's where my head is at. Sorry for the brain dump. S. I stared at the last line for a long time. Outside, a semi rolled down the freeway, its low growl cutting through the constant whoosh like a bigger wave through a choppy sea. The AC compressor in the wall unit hiccuped, then steadied into its usual drone. My inbox tab blinked. One new message. I tabbed back. Another unread email had appeared, just above Simon's, time-stamped a minute after his. This one wasn't from a name I recognized. The from field just showed a first name and an email address that looked thrown together. Subject, tally marks in the middle of nowhere. My palms went cold. I clicked. The email was long. Not as long as what I'd sent to the horror channel, but close. Whoever this was, they'd done what we'd done. Sat down in the hollow hours and emptied something heavy onto the screen. I found your comment on the forum about stone stacks and cameras, and your email was in your profile. I hope it's okay that I'm reaching out. I'm writing from Bozeman, remote IT. Just got back from a solo trip into Helena, Lewis, and Clark. I thought I was going out there to get some peace and quiet. I'm starting to think that was a joke something else was in on. I felt something slot into place even before I read another word. Montana. My eyes raced down the text. He talked about his divorce, about the apartment that never got truly quiet, about the thread on an old backcountry forum that pointed him to an unofficial site, a clearing down an overgrown service spur near a dry creek bed. When I killed the engine, I felt good about it. It was textbook, trees in a ring, sky above, ground level. No trash, no fire rings made out of bush light cans. Then I saw the tent, old olive green, sagging canvas, mold blooming on the fabric from 20 feet away, a zipper hanging half open like a crooked smile. I read through his description of the smell. Rot, damp, something sweet and thick, and the empty sleeping bag, the rusted soup cans, the small notebook he'd grabbed on his way out of the stench. The whole notebook was tally marks, pages and pages, groups of 7, 4 vertical, 1 diagonal. I did the math. If each group is a day, that's more than 8 months. Of what? Nobody was there. No human anyway. The way he described the first night there matched the way I described mine, and the way Simon had talked about his. A heavy, unnatural kind of sleep, where you lost the middle of the night, like someone cut a reel of film and spliced it back together. Then the whispers started. I woke up because I realized I was listening to people talking outside my tent. Not yelling, not laughing, just conversing. 2 or 3 voices, close enough that I could feel the words in my chest, even though I couldn't understand them. They circled the tent. I could hear their footsteps in the leaves. His version of what happened next tracked mine down to the detail of the zipper tugging but not opening, the scratching when it wouldn't move, the way the steps ran off in different directions when he shouted that he had a gun. The part that won't leave me alone is that they didn't all run the same way, like they had different jobs now that the first part was done. Morning. The old tent gone, as if it had never existed. No depression in the ground, no stake holes, just undisturbed grass. But in its place, footprints. Bare, different sizes, some pressed deeper than others. A trail leading to a pine tree at the edge of the clearing, fresh, tally marks carved into the bark. 7 groups of 7, a starter set of 2 for the 8th. Notebook in his pack, showing 42 full groups and 2 new lines. Tree in front of him, showing 42 full groups and 2 new cuts. I realized the notebook wasn't the main record, just a backup. The real tally was still happening there. That's when I saw the squirrel. He didn't dwell on it. Just enough detail to paint the picture. Small body hanging from fishing line, arranged at eye level, pointed toward the tree like a museum exhibit. He packed in a rush, drove back, tried not to think about the figures he thought he saw in the rear view as he backed his truck out along the narrow spur. The second half of the email was about what had happened since he came home. Dreams where someone stood behind him and counted. Sounds in his apartment falling into patterns of 7s. The notebook on his table acquiring new tallies on its last page when he wasn't looking, even though he had photos proving it had been incomplete before. I know how this sounds. I've tried to talk myself out of it 100 different ways. Stress, sleep deprivation. Hell, I even tried to blame the divorce. But I have the notebook in front of me with different marks than what's in my phone. And the marks match what was on that tree. I went to the grocery store today and saw the same kind of tallies carved into a concrete pillar in the parking lot. 7 groups of 7. A new group with 6. It's not just in the woods, it's here. I realized, as I scrolled, that I was holding my breath. I've seen the same horror video you did, the one with your story and the guy from North Carolina. It freaked me out, sure, but it also made me feel less insane. Stones, footprints, tallies, middle of the night. The weird feeling that something is not just watching, but keeping score. If this is some kind of coincidence, it's a very specific one. The email ended with a line that landed in my chest like a stone. You said in your comment that whatever's out there doesn't stop counting just because you leave the campsite. I think you're right. I don't know what we're being counted for, but I don't think we're the only ones on the list. He signed his name with just an initial. I leaned back in my chair. The AC hummed. The highway breathed. A car in the complex's lot started up, headlights briefly sweeping across my blinds before turning away. On the table in front of me, my laptop screen glowed. 2 emails open in neighboring tabs, telling 2 stories that were really 3. Me in Colorado, waking up to tents that had been moved into a triangle and stones stacked in front of each door. Simon in North Carolina, hearing voices and leaving a man with a slashed tire and 3 figures in the trees. Whoever this was, in Montana, finding an abandoned tent with a notebook full of tallies and realizing the marks hadn't stopped just because the tent vanished. 3 stories. Same handwriting. I grabbed the notepad I keep near the laptop, a cheap spiral notebook for recording plate numbers and shift notes that weren't worth logging into the official system, and flipped to a blank page. The pen felt heavier than usual in my hand. At the top, I wrote in big block letters, "What we know." Then I started laying it out. Left side of the page, Colorado. Me. Dispersed site, dry creek bed. Tents moved overnight, arranged in triangle around fire ring. 4 rock stacks at each tent door. Bare footprints around clearing. Heavy, unnatural sleep. Middle column, North Carolina. Simon, public campground. Blue sedan. Aiden shows up without flashlight. Note, you should move your tent. Voices at night, just outside tent. Slashed tire. 3 figures standing in trees. 2:07 a.m. Voicemail. W size counting right column. Montana. Tally tent. Overgrown spur. Unofficial site. Abandoned olive tent. Notebook full of tallies. Groups of 7. Whispers. Plus footsteps circling at night. Zipper tugged, scratching. Tallies carved into tree. Dead squirrel hanging. Notebook tallies changed later. Tallies found in town below each. I drew arrows to a shared center and started listing the overlaps. Shared motif. Stones stacked. My clearing. Simon's note as warning. Montana's pillar tallies. Different materials, same idea of marks. Bare footprints in remote places. Colorado, Montana. Being woken. Affected around 2 a.m. My heavy missing window. Simon's voicemail at 2:07. Montana's waking in the middle of the night. Voices. Whispers. Just outside tent. Me. Implied by the feeling of presence. Them. Explicit. Feeling of being watched and counted. I underlined, counted 3 times. The pen dug into the paper, leaving grooves. Outside, a siren keened briefly and faded. Probably an ambulance on the highway. The sound rode the air for a few seconds, then dropped off, leaving the softer traffic noise in its place. In the apartment, the AC's rumble changed pitch for a moment mid-cycle. Not off, not on, just a slight shift, like a throat clearing. The fan vibrated somewhere in the ductwork above my head. Thrrm, thrrm, thrrm. There it was again, the temptation to count. 1, 2, 3. I set the pen down and flexed my fingers out. The page in front of me looked like something from a conspiracy meme. Columns, arrows, underlines. All I was missing was red string and thumbtacks. It should have made me feel crazy. Instead, it made me feel less alone. That was the part I kept circling back to, in between panic spikes. As screwed up as it was, there was something perversely comforting in knowing this thing hadn't just brushed up against my life and vanished. It had a pattern: tents, stones, tallies, voices. 2:07 a.m. We were 3 data points in whatever chart it was building. 3 that I knew of. There could have been more. Dozens. Hundreds. Stories that never got written down. Stories told once drunk around a bar table and laughed off, then never told again. Stories buried in notebooks that didn't make it back from the woods. The thought should have made it worse. Instead, it made me feel like my brain had something to push against. I looked back at the laptop. The tab for the Horror Channel's contact email was still open in the browser from the last time I'd sent my story. The address glowed at me from the bottom of the description on the video page. If you have a true story you'd like to share. Last time, I'd sent just mine. Colorado. Night shift guy. Fluorescent lights. Camping trip gone wrong. Now I had 3. I stared at the What We Know page, then at the words, stones, footprints, tallies, underlined in the middle. 3 stories, crossing 3 states, sharing details that were weirdly specific and useless for anyone trying to fake shared experiences. A stone stack isn't exactly original. People do it all over national parks for Instagram likes. But a stone stack in front of your tent after you've been drugged into silence is different. Bare footprints in the middle of nowhere. Voices that stop the instant you respond. Tallies that change when you're not looking. It was too much. Too many overlaps to be shrugged off as similar vibes. I picked up the pen again, and under the shared motif list, wrote one more line. Something is keeping score. The words stared up at me, stark and ridiculous and right. My throat felt tight. I closed the notebook and pushed it aside, then pulled the laptop a little closer. If I was going to do this, I should do it now, before I had time to talk myself out of it. Before the sun came up, and all of it felt like a fever dream. I opened a new document and started typing. At the top, I wrote the title that had been sitting in the back of my head for days. If you're hearing this, you've been counted too dramatic? Maybe. But I'd already had a lifetime's worth of underreacting to weirdness, and it hadn't helped. I started with my usual confession format. I don't know if these are connected, but I think something out there is keeping score. Then I laid it out the way I had on paper, only cleaner. I summarized my own story first. The grocery store in Denver, the graveyard shift, the camping app, the drive to the dispersed site outside Buena Vista, the heavy sleep, the moved tents, the stone stacks, the drag marks, the bare footprints, the way one of the stacks had toppled, and I'd heard something that sounded like distant counting in the rumble that followed. Then I folded in Simon's version. "You Harry." Blue sedan. Aiden appearing without a flashlight. The note. The late night voices. The slashed tire. The 3 figures standing between the trees as his car's headlights swept past. The 2:07 a.m. voicemail with static and faint counting. After that, I worked in Montana's story, the old olive tent, the notebook of tallies, the whispers and scratching at the zipper, the tallies carved into the tree, the squirrel, the way the notebook's marks had continued to update back in town, the tallies at the grocery store pillar. I emphasized the motifs, stones, footprints, tallies, 2:07 a.m. Something or someone that didn't just watch, but tracked. I wrote about the sound patterns we'd all noticed afterward, the way appliances and vents and city noise had started to sound like something stepping through numbers under its breath. I tried to keep the tone as honest and grounded as possible. No embellishments, no dramatized lines for effect. Just three people who had never met each other until a horror channel and a couple of forums nudged our paths into crossing. By the time I finished, my index fingers ached from striking keys. I sat back and read the whole thing over, from the first line to the last. It wasn't polished, not like the narrations on the channel. There were tangents and places where my sentences knotted up. But it was all there, the inventory of our shared haunting. At the end, I added a short note directly to whoever might be reading it on the other end. I'm not sending this because I think your channel can fix anything. I know it can't. I'm sending it because I think the people who listen might already know some of these signs, even if they haven't put them together yet. If they've ever woken up in a tent and found stones stacked where there weren't any before, or prints around their camp that don't match anyone's feet, or heard counting where there shouldn't be counting, maybe they'll recognize it. Maybe they'll realize they're not imagining it. Maybe they'll realize they're not the only ones being counted. I saved the document and exported it as a PDF, naming it something boring and non-clickbaity, camping, tally stories.pdf. Then I opened a new email to Horror Channel Host, BCC, Simon and the Montana Guy. Subject line, 3 stories, 1 pattern. In the body, I wrote, "Hey, I've sent you one of these before, about a camping trip gone wrong in Colorado. Since then, 2 other people have contacted me with stories that share too many specific details to be a coincidence. I don't know what any of it means. I don't know what it's counting. All I know is that whatever it is, it doesn't seem limited to one forest, one state, or one night. Attaching a summary of all 3 stories in case you want to read them on your channel. Even if you don't, I need this to exist somewhere outside my own head." I signed with just my first name. I clicked the little paperclip icon and navigated to the desktop. The PDF sat there, its icon a tiny white rectangle. Attach. A progress bar flashed for a second, then disappeared. The file name appeared under the subject line, Camping Tally Stories.pdf. My finger hovered over send. The AC rumbled in the wall, cycling. Outside, the freeway breathed in long, slow waves. In the apartment above me, someone walked from one side of their place to the other, their footfalls muffled by carpet and drywall. Everything felt balanced on the edge of something. I probably would have hit send right then if my phone hadn't buzzed. The vibration rattled lightly against the tabletop, snapping my attention sideways. For a moment, I thought it was just some spam notification. A sale. A "We miss you. Come back to our app," plea. But the banner on the lock screen had a specific layout I recognized instantly. White background, small grayscale thumbnail. A logo I saw a dozen times a night when I was on shift. The security app. Motion detected. Employee lot, camera 7. My thumb slid over the screen, pulling the notification down. The timestamp read 2:07 a.m. Of course it did. I stared at the words for a full second before my brain caught up, before the context clicked all the way in. Employee lot. The distribution center. My workplace. I wasn't there. I was sitting in my kitchen at home with my laptop open and a compiled confession hanging in my outbox, ready to go. The security app didn't care. It was tied to the system, not my schedule. My login still had access. If a camera picked up motion, my phone was going to let me know whether I was in the booth or not. I swallowed. The send button on the email client glowed in my peripheral vision. On my phone, the app icon pulsed gently, waiting for me to tap. I put my hand flat on the table for a second, feeling the wood grain under my palm. The bones in my wrist buzzed with the echo of the notification. Then I picked up the phone and opened the app. The screen shifted to a familiar grid of tiny rectangles. Most of them were dark, the cameras in night mode. A couple showed fuzzy black and white of loading docks, stacks of pallets, the glint of metal rails. Camera 7 was highlighted in orange. Employee lot. I tapped it. The feed expanded to fill the screen. At first, all I saw was a wide shot of the parking lot under harsh pole lights, rows of employee cars, the chain link fence along the perimeter, the guard shack on the far right side with its own little square of light. The booth was empty. My replacement for the night, Luis, must have been doing rounds inside the building or taking a break in the break room. Nothing moved. The little motion icon in the corner pulsed, then faded. I thumbed the scrub bar back a few seconds and let it play. The lot appeared again, rewinding time slightly. Still. Quiet. The timestamp in the corner rolled back to 2:06:53, then started counting forward. At 2:07:01, the picture glitched. Not a big Hollywood glitch. No dramatic static. Just a single frame where the image smeared a little, then snapped back. In the half second after that, something new sat in the second row of parking spaces. Lower left quadrant of the frame. Between two cars, I recognized. One of them mine. A little shape on the gravel. Even through the compression and pixelation, I knew what I was looking at. 4 pale ovals, stacked one on top of the other. Stones, balanced, right at the edge of my stall, aligned perfectly with where my driver's side door would be when I pulled in tomorrow night. The sound in my apartment didn't change. The AC kept humming. The highway kept breathing. My laptop fan ticked up a notch, struggling slightly with the combined load of an email client and a PDF I'd already attached. On the phone screen, the footage kept playing. For a few seconds, the rock stack sat there, a tiny anomaly in a wide, indifferent lot. Then another car's headlights swept through as someone drove past on the frontage road, flaring white across the frame and washing out the image for 3 frames. When the brightness faded, the little stack was gone. No shadow moving in to kick it over. No hand reaching down. No animal brushing past. Just gone. I watched the sequence again. Rewind. Play. Glitch. Stack. Lights. Empty. My mouth tasted like metal. On the laptop, the draft email waited. Attachment already in place. Subject line already written. I don't know if these are connected, but I think something out there is keeping score. I looked from the phone to the computer, from the frozen image of the empty lot to the blinking cursor in the corner of my screen. For a long moment, the two worlds, the horror channel inbox I was about to drop our stories into, and the live feed from the place where I spent my nights, hung together in my peripheral vision. On one screen, words about being counted. On the other, a small, careful stack of stones, appearing and disappearing like a signature. I set the phone down, face up, the last frame of the empty lot still showing. My finger hovered over send. Outside, beyond the thin apartment walls, Phoenix hummed and breathed and dreamed in a wash of sodium light. Somewhere, in a clearing I would never find again on any map, tallies waited on bark and in notebooks, and maybe in places I didn't want to imagine. My laptop fan whirred. The AC rattled in a familiar 3-beat stutter. 1, 2, 3. I didn't count the rest out loud. I just watched the send button glow on the screen and wondered, for the first time, not whether anyone would believe us. But whether it mattered anymore, who knew, if we'd already been added to the list. The thing about working nights is you get good at ignoring clocks. You look at the time when you badge in, when you badge out, and then you stop. Because obsessing over minutes makes every shift feel twice as long. Somewhere along the way, that habit bleeds into your days off too. Which is why, when I opened the security app on my phone that night, I didn't register the time at first. I was still half focused on the laptop, on the email draft sitting open like a confession I hadn't quite decided to make. The subject line, 3 stories, 1 pattern, stared back at me from the top of the screen. The attachment sat underneath, a neat little file name, Camping Tally Stories.pdf. The cursor in the body blinked, poised just after the words keeping score. My phone buzzed again on the table, nudging my attention off the laptop. Motion detected. Employee lot. Camera 7. I thumbed the notification open more out of habit than alarm. The app loaded with its usual dark theme and grid of cameras. Most of the feeds were quiet rectangles of grayscale grain. Only camera 7 had the little orange border indicating recent motion. I tapped it. The feed expanded to full screen. The employee parking lot, as familiar as the back of my own hand, and somehow completely alien when viewed from my kitchen table instead of the guard booth. Blown out halos from the lot lights. Rows of cars sitting motionless. The chain link fence on the far side. The dark hulks of the loading docks beyond. Off to the right, the guard shack where I usually sat. Its window a blank, bright rectangle in the upper corner. Empty. Still. The timestamp flickered in digital white at the top left. 02:06:30. I glanced at the clock on my laptop. 2:06 a.m. I'd known it was late. I just hadn't realized it was that late. Somewhere in my head, it was perpetually 3 in the afternoon, and I was just a little tired from lunch. Seeing that number, 0206, in both places at once made something inside me tighten. On the phone, the feed kept rolling. Crushed stone, parked sedans, a stray plastic bag hugging the base of a pole, fluttering just enough to show there was wind. I balanced the phone against my coffee mug so it stood at an angle, screen facing me, and turned back to the laptop. The email draft still waited, cursor blinking at the end of the last paragraph I'd written in 7.1. My fingers hovered over the keys, then started moving almost of their own accord. I know what you're thinking. This is just 3 stories. 3 people, 3 bad nights. A coincidence with good timing. Tap, tap, tap. The plastic of the keyboard keys clicked in a staccato rhythm. On the edge of my vision, the security feed shifted, the camera compensating for some minor change in light. I kept typing. But the timestamps don't care how skeptical you are. We didn't coordinate these. We didn't compare notes before this started happening. We didn't even know each other existed. I paused, rolled my shoulders, then added, still, somehow, we all hit the same hour, the same window, the same feeling of something outside the tent, or outside the car, or outside the building, paying very close attention. The AC rattled through its cycle on the wall, a low rumble that made the dishes in the cupboard vibrate softly against each other. The fridge coughed once and settled. I looked back down at my phone. The lot was the same, and it wasn't. The change was small enough that if I hadn't been staring, I might have missed it. The camera view jumped once, just a tiny glitch, the image tearing horizontally for a single frame, then snapping back into place. It's the kind of thing you learn to shrug off with cheap CCTV. Compression artifacts, dust on a lens, a truck hitting a pothole on the road out front. Except this time, after the glitch, there was something new in the frame. At first, I thought it was a trick of the compression, a shadow, a random clump of gravel catching the light differently. Then my brain caught up and recognized the shape. Between my Honda Civic and a silver SUV parked nose to nose with it, near the line where the two concrete wheel stops almost met, sat a small, pale column. It was blurry at this distance, but compact. Vertical, where nothing else in that part of the frame was vertical. 4 lumps, stacked. My stomach dropped in a slow, sickening arc. "Okay," I said out loud, just to hear my own voice. It came out thinner than I wanted. Okay. The audio from the camera feed was still muted. A tiny speaker icon with a line through it sat in the corner of the app. I tapped it. A wash of thin, tinny sound flooded out of the phone speaker. Mostly hiss, electronic noise, and the distant, distorted hum of the lot lights. If I listened hard, I could pick out the occasional dry whisper of wind dragging across the microphone housing. I turned the volume up anyway, all the way. The little bar hit max and glowed. On the laptop, the email window waited, the last sentence hanging there. We didn't even know each other existed. Back on the phone, camera 7 showed the same static shot of parked cars and the tiny stone stack between them. I pinched the screen to zoom. The resolution only let me go so far before everything turned into chunky blocks of grayscale, but it was enough. The 4 shapes of the stones resolved, more distinct. They were almost white in the infrared, reflecting the harsh light from the poles. One at the bottom, broader. One on top of that, slightly smaller. Another, then another. 4. My heart was beating in my ears loud enough that it almost drowned out the hiss from the phone. Almost. Because under the hiss, woven into it so faintly, I might have dismissed it as my imagination if I hadn't been listening for something. There was a rhythm, a soft, interior sound. Not quite a whisper, not quite a tap. A click, not like a mouse click. More like the sound of something small and hard, making contact with something slightly softer over and over. Pebbles against each other, a tongue against teeth. Click, click, click. Very slow, very deliberate. I frowned and leaned closer, bringing the phone almost to my face as if that would help. On the screen, something new had appeared around the stones. At first, I thought it was a glitch blooming out from the base of the stack, some compression smear. Then I realized it was a ring, a faint, darker halo in the gravel, like the pixelation had thickened there. I zoomed in further, dragging the image so the little column of stones sat at the center of my screen. The halo sharpened into shapes, not perfect ovals, not crisp at this resolution, but organic, rounded, repeating. My brain took a second to flip them upright and overlay the memory of the clearing. Bare footprints. They were arranged in an uneven circle around the stack, pressed into the gravel as darker blotches where the infrared caught the compressed stone at a slightly different angle. Heel shapes, ball of foot shapes, variations in size, no boot treads, no lug patterns, just smudged, humanish forms, like someone had walked through the lot without shoes, quietly, carefully, and then arranged themselves in a ring to watch a ritual that was already over. My own breath sounded loud in the little bubble of space over the table. On the audio, the hissing static seemed to shift. The wind's thin rush flattened out, and the clicking grew a fraction louder. Or maybe I was just hearing it better. 1, pause. 2, pause. 3. It wasn't speech? Not really. But the spacing was too even to be random. Too intentional. I pulled the phone back until it was arm's length away. The stack sat there, tiny and absurd, between two cars employees had driven into work 8 hours ago without any idea that a security guard would be sitting at home right now, watching what might be barefoot prints show up around their vehicles. The cursor on my laptop blinked at the edge of my peripheral vision, taunting. I turned back to the keyboard with hands that felt slightly detached from the rest of me. I know what you're thinking. This is just 3 stories. But look at the timestamps. Look at the way it shows up where we work, where we sleep, where we shop. Look at the way it likes to use whatever's watching for us as a mirror. My fingers stumbled, keys clicking in uneven bursts. I'm watching my employee parking lot right now from my kitchen table. 2:06 a.m. My car is in that frame. There is a stack of stones next to my door that wasn't there 60 seconds ago, and I can hear something under the static that sounds a lot like counting. I stopped there. The AC hum filled the silence like water in a glass. The clicking on the phone's audio came again, faint but distinct, like someone tapping a rhythm on their own teeth inside my ear canal. 4. Pause. 5. I muted the feed, unable to stand hearing it for another second, and my apartment instantly sounded like someone had turned down the volume on the entire world. On the screen, the stones remained. The little smudged prints ringed them like spectators. The timestamp rolled over. 0207's how? 207. The number hung there in the upper corner of the feed like a punchline. I thought of Simon's voicemail, of the Montana guy's notebook, of my own freezer units humming at 2:07 a.m., back when I still worked in grocery. How that had been the time I always felt the most eyes on me, even when the aisles were completely empty. On the phone, nothing moved. No shadows crossed the frame. No cars drove past on the access road. The smudged prints didn't get deeper or spread. They just were. Existing at 2:07 a.m. as proof to anyone watching that something barefoot had been there, circling a stack of stones. And then, because whatever this thing is has a sense of restraint bordering on artistry, the security light at the edge of the frame flickered. The camera compensated. For 3 frames, the entire feed washed bright white as the sensor overcorrected. When it recalibrated and settled back down, the little stack of stones was gone. The smudges remained for a few seconds longer, then softened, fading back into random noise. It was like watching someone erase their handiwork with the scrub tool in a graphics app. My palms were sweating. The cursor on the laptop blinked, waiting for me to decide whether any of this belonged in a message to a stranger with a nice microphone and thousands of subscribers. Before I could decide, a thought slid into my head sideways. This isn't just about my lot. If it were random, it would be random. What if it wasn't? What if, at this exact moment, In some other parking lot, feeding into the same system, someone else was getting their own little stone stack drawn in. I backed out of camera 7, thumb sliding the view back to the grid of feeds. The app defaulted to my facility, Phoenix Distribution Center, all 16 cameras in tiny tiles. Cameras 1 and 6 were inside views, warehouse aisles, dock doors, the break room. Cameras 7 to 10 were exterior lots. The remaining ones were fence lines and gates. In the top right corner of the screen sat a small icon I almost never used. A stack of squares, slightly offset, the word sites underneath. We were part of a multi-site setup. Corporate had rolled it out a couple of years ago. One system tying together security feeds from distribution centers in different states, all viewable by the right logins. Supposedly, it was for incident response efficiency. In practice, it meant corporate could check if we were slacking off in any shipping yard they cared about. I had access to 2 other locations, one in New Mexico, one in Nevada. Same company, same network, different time zones. My thumb hovered for a second, then I tapped sites. A small menu slid up with 3 options: PHXDC1, LASDC, ABQDC, Phoenix, Las Vegas, Albuquerque. I chose Las Vegas out of reflex. It was 1 hour behind us. If this thing liked patterns, maybe it liked syncing them. The grid refreshed, tiles blinking as new feeds loaded. Las Vegas had a similar layout: lots, docks, interior aisles. Their employee lot was camera 5. I tapped it. A new lot appeared on my screen. Same geometry, different cars. The lighting had a slightly different hue, but the bones were identical: chain link fence, light poles, painted lines. Their timestamp read 01/07/12. My 207 was their 107. I swallowed and watched. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Just the soft fuzz of cheap night vision in parked vehicles. Then, in the lower center of the frame, the image hiccuped. Not as dramatic as Phoenix's glitch. Just a micro freeze, the timestamp hanging on 01 SAWF 17, a fraction of a second too long before continuing. When it did, there was a new shape on the asphalt. 4 pale blobs, stacked. Jesus, I whispered, though nobody was around to hear it. I pinched to zoom in, dragging the frame until the little column sat in the middle. The resolution protested, resolute in its refusal to give me crisp clarity, but there was no mistaking it. A stack of 4 small stones, in the parking lot of a building in another state I hadn't set foot in. At 1:07 local time, I flicked my eyes up to the laptop, where my draft email still sat open. Where I'd written, "We're 3 people in 3 different states," like that was some mind-blowing revelation. Now there was another state on my phone. For a second, the thought tried to form fully. This isn't about us at all. We're just the ones who noticed. I zoomed out and backed out of the Las Vegas feed, thumb moving faster now, a little frantic. Albuquerque next. Mountain time, like us. No offset. The grid loaded. Their employee lot was camera 4. I tapped it, my thumb leaving a faint streak of sweat on the glass. Their timestamp read SU 0650. The camera watched a row of cars in front of a low-slung building. A stray shopping cart sat crooked in an island near the entrance. Somewhere off-screen, a dog barked once. For 5 long seconds, nothing changed. I realized I was counting without meaning to. 1 Mississippi. 2 Mississippi. 3. The feed stuttered. A horizontal line tore through the bottom third of the image for a frame, then reassembled itself. When it did, a small, pale shape had appeared near the front left tire of a truck in the second row. I didn't zoom this time. I didn't need to. I knew exactly what it would look like if I did. The smudges were visible even at this resolution. Darker pockets around the stack, like someone had walked in a tight circle, pressing bare soles into the gravel. The timestamp rolled over. 0207 euro. My thumb trembled slightly on the glass. 3 different facilities, 3 different lots, 3 different timestamps, all lining up with their respective 207 windows, like some twisted time zone-aware calendar reminder. It wasn't just my parking lot. It wasn't just Colorado, North Carolina, Montana. It was the grid, the cameras, the whole web of eyes we'd strung up to keep watch on our own stuff, being used as somebody else's chalkboard. A new thought slid in under the others, quiet and undeniable. If it liked cameras, if it liked using them to mark where it had been. What made me think my apartment was exempt? The hallway outside my door didn't have CCTV, but my building had a doorbell cam mounted downstairs by the main entrance, tied to the same phone I was holding. It pinged whenever Amazon dropped something off, or a neighbor's drunk friend mashed the wrong buzzer. I backed out of the multi-site menu and tapped over to the doorbell app. The feed loaded, showing the front lobby, the glass door, the row of mailboxes, the scuffed tile floor. Empty. The difference in image quality between that and the distribution center feeds looked almost obscene. The doorbell cam was crisp enough to read the tiny labels on the mailboxes if I squinted. No stone stacks, no footprints. Just the little live indicator in the corner, green and smug. My own reflection was faintly visible in the black of the phone screen, a ghost superimposed over the lobby. I checked the time. 02:08 a.m. I exhaled a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. That's when I heard it. Not from the phone, not from the laptop, from the hallway. A soft, flat sound, muffled by the door, but unmistakable once you knew what you were listening for. Slap, slap, slap. Bare feet on carpet, not hurried, not shuffling, just walking. One step after another, down the corridor outside my apartment, past other doors. The AC hummed right over it, almost obscuring it. If I hadn't just spent the last 10 minutes listening for patterns in camera audio, I might have dismissed it as the building settling or someone dragging something. But my brain was tuned now. It locked onto that noise the way your ears do to a dripping faucet in the middle of the night. Slap. Pause. Slap. The footsteps were coming from the left, moving toward my door. My hand tightened around the phone until the cheap case creaked. If it had been the heavy, heel-toe thunk of boots or the sharper rhythm of sneakers, I would have told myself it was a neighbor getting home late. There are 2 units past mine at the end of the hall. People come and go at all hours. Bare feet, though. There's something intimate about that. Vulnerable. You don't walk barefoot down a shared hallway unless you're drunk, high, or very, very comfortable. Or unless shoes are a formality you're not interested in. The steps reached the door across from mine. There was a faint rustle, the sound of someone shifting their weight. Maybe, like they'd paused. For an awful second, I pictured whoever it was turning, pressing their ear to that door the way I'd pressed mine to my wall earlier. Listening. Then the footsteps resumed. Slap, slap, getting closer. My door is nothing special. Standard apartment issue. Composite, maybe 1.5 inches thick. Painted the same beige as every other door in the building, with a peephole at eye level and a deadbolt that probably isn't as sturdy as the landlord claims it is. In that moment, it felt like paper. I held my breath without meaning to. The steps stopped right outside my unit. Silence pressed in on the other side of the door. Not real silence. The AC's hum, the fridge's low buzz, the far-off breath of the freeway all kept going. But intentional silence. The kind that feels like a held breath belonging to someone else. My phone screen dimmed, trying to save battery. The image of the empty lobby shrank behind the overlay of the lock screen timer. I didn't move. I didn't call out. I didn't ask, "Hello?" like every idiot in every horror movie. I just stood there, at my kitchen table, 2 rooms away from the door, and listened to the nothing. The old instinct from the clearing flared up, the one that had screamed, "Don't unzip the tent," even when curiosity had clawed at my throat. Eventually, the footsteps resumed. This time, they moved past, slap, slap, heading toward the end of the hall. There's a fire door down there that leads to the stairwell. It's heavy and loud. Every time someone uses it, it bangs against the frame with a hollow metallic sound that echoes up and down the levels. No bang came. The footsteps faded instead, like whoever it was had simply stopped existing. My heart was still hammering. On the laptop, the email draft sat where I'd left it, the last line talking about cameras and timestamps and keeping score. On the phone, the doorbell cam still showed an empty lobby, the green live indicator, a tiny lying light. The AC in the wall unit rattled once, the casing vibrating, thrrm, 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 3. If there were more beats after that, I didn't count them. I didn't mean to make it official. That's what hitting send felt like. Sitting there in my little Phoenix apartment with the yellow stove light on and the rest of the place dim, like the difference between thinking a confession and writing it down, then handing it to someone with a microphone. I stared at the email for a long time before I did it. To Horror Channel host, BCC, Simon, the guy from Montana. Subject, 3 stories, 1 pattern. The attachment sat under the subject line, Camping Tally Stories PDF. Inside that file was everything. My night in Colorado, their nights in North Carolina and Montana, the cameras, the stone stacks, the tallies, the whispers, the timestamps. I'd already seen the stones in my own employee lot. I'd watched them appear on a live feed hundreds of miles away in Vegas and Albuquerque. I'd heard bare feet outside my door. The only thing I hadn't done yet was tell the part that hadn't happened in the woods or on a monitor. Tell you, my finger hovered over the mouse. The AC hummed in the wall. Out on I-17, a semi rolled by, its low growl mixing with the constant hiss of tires into a sound that could have been wind, or ocean, or just machinery wearing itself down. I clicked. The send button flashed, then faded back to normal. A small progress message appeared in the corner. Sending. There was a moment where nothing seemed to happen. The email sat in the outbox, little paper airplane icon grayed out, as if it was still deciding whether it really wanted to leave. Then the status bar cleared. The message disappeared from drafts and reappeared in sent. Done. Somewhere in the world, on a server in a room full of other humming machines, a copy of everything we'd seen and heard and tried to rationalize now existed as cold data. It felt like stepping over a threshold. My phone vibrated again on the table, so close to the laptop that the 2 devices made a dull, sympathetic thunk against the wood. I flinched. For a split second, I thought it would be a reply from the channel already. Something impossible like, "Got it, reading this now." That's not how email works, but my brain wasn't in a rational mood. The notification banner that slid down over the top of the screen wasn't from Gmail. It was from the doorbell app. Motion detected. Front door. I stared at it, my heart suddenly loud in my ears. The distribution center cameras were one thing. They were part of the job. Watching camera 7 was a habit. Seeing something weird there felt contained, like contamination in a lab, still behind glass. The front door was 10 steps away. I unlocked the phone with a thumb that was slicker than it should have been and tapped the notification. The app opened to the familiar fisheye view of the lobby downstairs. Glass door, row of mailboxes, scuffed tile floor, nothing else. Live indicator pulsing green. I frowned. The motion alert wasn't for the lobby. It was for my door. There's a tiny second camera up on the ceiling of my floor's hallway. Not standard, just something the landlord added after a package went missing. It doesn't record all the time, just throws a grainy clip anytime it senses movement near one of the units. A small list of recent clips sat under the live feed. At the top, timestamped 02.0704, was one tagged, "Your door." Of course. I tapped it. The footage was only a few seconds long. It loaded with a stutter, then smoothed. The hallway appeared. Beige walls, beige carpet, dim overhead light halfway between my door and the fire door at the end. There were no people in the frame when it started, just the front of my apartment. My unit number on a little metal plate, the marred brass of the peephole, the cheap welcome mat I'd inherited from the previous tenant, the word "hello" worn almost invisible. The camera timestamp rolled. 02/07/05, 02/07/06. Something slid into the bottom edge of the frame then. Not a foot, not a hand, just the very tips of 4 small pale shapes as they came to rest on the mat right in front of my door. Stones. They were smaller than the ones I'd seen on the lot cameras. Maybe pieces of decorative gravel from the landscaping outside, not parking lot rock. But they stacked the same way. 4 of them, one on top of the other, balanced so carefully they could not have rolled there by accident. The hand that had placed them was never visible. It stayed just out of frame, as if the camera's cone of vision was a line something didn't feel like crossing. The clip ended 3 seconds later. No human figure. No flicker of movement leaving. Just my door. My mat. 4 little stones, sitting where my shoes usually landed when I came home. The app offered buttons below the video. Save clip, share, delete. Bright icons for normal problems. Lost packages, noisy neighbors, bored teens. My thumb hovered over save, then retracted. I wasn't ready to deal with what it meant to keep a copy of that. I set the phone down, screen still on, the image of my own door, and the stones staring back at me from the tabletop. In the next room, my fridge compressor clicked on with a low, throaty rumble that vibrated through the cabinet. I counted the clicks without meaning to. 1 for starting up, 1 when it hit its cycle, 1 when the fan kicked in, 3. I sank back into the chair and looked at the laptop. The email was gone. The sent folder had a new entry. The mouse pointer hovered over nothing. I could have stopped there. I'd done more than most people would. I'd taken the weird cluster of events in my life and my friends' lives and pushed them out into the world. Handed them to someone whose job it was to tell stories like ours to anyone who wanted to feel scared for 20 minutes on a Tuesday night. That should have been the end of it. Instead, I opened a new document. Not an email this time. A script. I don't know if every person who writes into those horror channels knows how their words are going to sound out loud. Most of us type like we're talking to someone specific, The host, maybe, or the viewers, in an abstract way, or just ourselves. But I've spent enough nights with those videos playing in the corner of my screen while I watched empty aisles and parking lots that I can hear the cadence now. The way the voiceover slows before certain details. The way it leans into others. So when I started to write this version, I didn't address it to the guy behind the channel. I addressed it to you. Not you, as in everyone listening. You, singular. The way a confession sounds when it's aimed like a flashlight beam instead of a floodlight. The words on the screen looked different when I did that. They narrowed. I don't know where you are right now, or what you're hearing as this plays. The cursor blinked. I kept going. Maybe you're like me. Working nights, listening to strange stories, to keep yourself awake in a world that runs on fluorescent bulbs and cheap coffee. Maybe you're lying in bed in a dark bedroom, earbuds in, while your partner breathes beside you and the AC hums against the wall. Maybe you're driving on some highway with your windows up and the vents on, headlights cutting through a stretch of road that feels a little too empty. Wherever you are, there's a soundtrack. There always is. I thought about my own. The warehouse hum. The buzz of the grocery store's freezer cases. The PA chime that used to ring in my skull for hours after a shift. Ding, 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 clean up on aisle 5. The gravel under my boots in Colorado. The whisper of wind in the pines. The crunch of someone dragging my tent silently across the ground. I put them in. In my case, it started with the sound of coolers and compressors and PA systems. I worked nights at a grocery store under lights that never turned off. For years, my midnight sky was ceiling tiles and plastic lens covers. The closest thing I had to stars were exit signs and produce scales. I wrote about the graveyard shift in Denver, about Nate and Erica, about our cheap coffee in the break room at 3 a.m., the way we used to sit and stare at the security monitors and joke about needing to get away from all this fluorescent noise for a weekend. I summarized the camping trip, the dry creek bed outside Buena Vista, the washed-out forest road, the lack of cell service, the way the forest swallowed the sound of the highway until all that was left was wind and our own breathing. I wrote about the night we slept too well. I'm a light sleeper, always have been. I can tell you when the fridge in my apartment cycles off because the sudden quiet wakes me. In the woods, I'm even worse. Every snap of a twig, every gust of wind, every branch against the tent. There's no such thing as out cold when you know the only thing between you and everything else is a thin sheet of nylon, except that night. That night I blinked, and it was morning. No tossing. No waking up to roll over. No, I thought I heard something. Just gone. Like someone had pressed skip on 8 hours of my life. On the laptop screen, the lines stacked up. In my head, they already had a voice that wasn't mine. Smooth and even. The way the channel host would read them. I wrote about unzipping the tent and realizing all of ours had moved during the night. About seeing them arranged in a near-perfect triangle around the fire ring, stakes still tight, guy lines still taut. About the stones, 4 of them, carefully balanced in little towers in front of each tent door. I told you about the drag marks too. The twin lines in the dirt tracing from where our tents had been to where they ended up, then stopping a few feet short, like someone had switched from dragging to lifting. I didn't embellish the footprints. They didn't need it. We were miles from the highway, down a road my phone didn't even think existed. No other tire tracks, no trash, no cigarette butts or bottle caps, Just our prints and these other ones. Bare, different sizes, circling the clearing like someone had walked around our camp while we were unconscious and then left us a little art installation before they went. Then I told you about the sound, the little click that only I heard when one of the stone stacks fell. The way it echoed in my head later in the grocery store, buried under the compressor hum but still there, like someone tongue-clicking through numbers just below the threshold of proper hearing. After my part, I folded in Simon's. Not his name, not his city, just enough to give you a sense of him. 20-something help desk guy, relationship on autopilot, weekend camping trip to a little national forest site to get away from screens. I wrote about the blue sedan in the other campsite. The man named Aiden, who appeared at the edge of the firelight without a flashlight, like he'd grown out of the darkness. The way he'd locked onto Simon's girlfriend and barely addressed him. The voices outside their tent at 3 a.m., speaking too low for words, and how they stopped as soon as Simon touched the zipper. The napkin under the windshield wiper. You should move your tent. The slashed tire the next day. The 3 figures in the trees as Simon and Cadence drove out, standing between the trunks, not hiding, not waving, just watching the road like they were waiting to see who left and who stayed. I told you about the voicemail Simon had later, the one he only heard properly with headphones on. The static, the wind, the faint crunch of leaves, and a man counting very softly. How the message cut off on 3. Then I brought you to Montana. The divorcee in Bozeman who thought the cure for his looping, noisy brain was a week alone in the Helena Lewis and Clark National Forest. The unofficial site found through an old forum post, the overgrown road, the clearing, the old olive tent that was already sitting there, the smell, the notebook full of tally marks, groups of 7, page after page, enough to stand for months, the whispers outside his tent at night, the zipper tugging and failing, the scratching on the fabric, the way the footsteps ran off in different directions when he shouted that he had a gun, the missing tent in the morning, the footprints, the tallies carved into the tree, a continuation of the ones in the notebook, the squirrel hanging from the branch, displayed like an example, and, most importantly, the fact that the tallies in the notebook changed later. It would be easy to write those 3 stories off as separate nightmares. Bad trips, in the literal sense. You could say we were tired, or stressed, or that we all saw something ordinary that our brains turned into monsters because that's what human brains do. And maybe, if that's all that had happened, we would have. We would have carried those nights like weird scars, told the story a couple of times at parties, and eventually sanded down the edges until it sounded funny instead of terrifying. I told you that's not what happened. That none of us could leave it alone. That we all started noticing patterns in the sounds of our everyday lives. That each of us, separately, had moments where rational explanations snapped like overstretched rubber bands. I told you about the stones that appeared in my employee lot while I watched from home. About the bare, oval smudges around them that looked too much like footprints. About the audio and the faint, steady clicking beneath the static. I told you about hopping over to a different facility, Las Vegas, Albuquerque, and seeing the same stacks appear at their versions of 2:07 a.m., a thread tying 3 dots on a map together. That's the part I need you to understand. Sitting wherever you're sitting, hearing this under whatever other sounds are in your life right now. This thing, whatever it is, isn't just about tents in the woods. It's not just about campsites and creeks and old notebook pages. It likes cameras. It likes thresholds. It likes places we watch and places we don't. It likes numbers. On the screen, I wrote about timing, my missing hours in Colorado, Simon's voicemail at 2:07, the Montana guy's wake-ups, the motion alerts on my phone, the way the tallies in the notebook jumped ahead between one viewing and the next. Somewhere in the middle of all that, the refrigerator behind me clicked off again, the sudden quiet making my ears ring. I let you have that too. Right now, as this is being read to you, there's a good chance something in your space is running. An AC unit, a fridge, a fan in the ceiling or on your desk. Maybe fluorescent lights buzzing overhead. Maybe the low, constant whir of a traffic artery outside. None of those things are weird. They're just part of being alive in any kind of building. What is weird is when you notice a rhythm in them that wasn't there before. When you realize you've started counting the way the compressor kicks in. When you wake up at 2:07 a.m. for no reason and lie there, eyes open in the dark, listening to something that might be pipes in the wall or might be footsteps in a hallway you can't see. I didn't tell you what to believe. I just told you what happened. At some point in all of this, the background stopped feeling like background. The apartment was quieter than usual in that way where you realize how loud your normal nights must be. The neighbor upstairs wasn't stomping around. The guy down the hall, who always watched TV too loud, had either turned it off or fallen asleep in front of it. The only consistent sounds were mechanical. AC hum, fridge whir, the occasional distant whoosh from the highway. I reached what I knew would be the end of the script, the place where horror videos usually either reassure you or don't. The last chance to say something that wouldn't get drowned out by outro music and thanks for watching reminders. My fingers hovered over the keys like they had earlier over the send button. I knew how I wanted it to end. I'd known for a while. I just hadn't decided if I was actually going to say it. Before I could commit, something small clicked behind me. It was exactly the sort of sound my brain now refused to ignore. Not a compressor, not a fan. A single, distinct tick against the laminate flooring, like a pebble hitting from a short height. I turned in my chair. The kitchen and living room were one open rectangle. From where I sat, I could see the couch, the TV stand, the coffee table, the short hallway that led to my bedroom, and the bathroom, and the front door at the far end of that hall. Nothing moved. No one stood in front of the door, but there was a thin, white strip peeking out from under it, on my side. For a few seconds, I just stared at it, my eyes tracing the line where the bottom of the door met the floor. The gap wasn't big, just enough to let in a draft and the occasional tuft of hallway carpet fuzz. The white strip had definitely not been there before. I stood up, the chair legs scraping softly. My heart was beating hard enough that I could feel it in my gums. I walked down the hall, each step sounding too loud on the floor. The apartment felt smaller with every foot I closed between myself and the door, like walking toward it was pushing the walls in on either side. At the door, I paused. Nothing on the other side. Not that I could hear. No shuffling. No breathing. The AC hummed behind me, grumbling through the vents. I bent down and pinched the edge of the paper between two fingers, pulling it out from under the door. It was a cheap sheet. Printer paper, maybe. No letterhead, no fold lines. Nothing written on the back. On the front, in the same kind of graphite gouged lines I'd seen in the Montana guy's notebook, and on that tree were tally marks. 7 groups of 7, lined up in neat rows. Repeated over and over, the diagonal 5th line in each group cutting across the others with a little more pressure, leaving grooves in the paper. Below those 7 full groups, on a line by itself, sat an 8th set with 6 marks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No 7th slash, no explanation, no signature. Just counting. I didn't need anyone to tell me that this wasn't some neighbor's idea of a prank. The people on my floor barely said hello, much less slid serial killer stationery under each other's doors at 2 in the morning. My hand shook, making the paper rustle. I straightened up slowly, the door at my back suddenly feeling thinner than it ever had. In the living room, the laptop screen glowed in the dark, the half-finished sentence in the script still waiting where I'd left it. I glanced at the time in the corner as I walked back. 2:07 a.m. Of course, I sat down and placed the paper on the table next to the mouse, smoothing it out with my palm. The tally marks caught the light at a shallow angle, each groove casting a tiny shadow. I looked at them for a long second, then looked at the cursor on the screen. If this was going to be read on some channel, late at night, to people like you, who think they're safely separated from what they're hearing by earbuds, distance, and the fact that it's just a story, there was only one way I wanted it to end. So I put my fingers back on the keys and finished it. If you're hearing this after midnight, with the AC running and your lights humming above you, listen carefully. Count how many times your fridge clicks on. Count how many steps you hear in the hallway. If you ever wake up and find a little stack of stones by your door, don't touch them. It doesn't matter where you go after that. It only matters that somewhere, someone just added another mark